So good morning, everyone, and welcome to this second day of the conference of the EU Academy on European Security, Challenges and Policies. And we have a very full day with 4 panels. So without any further ado, I would like to pass on the floor to Dr. Ethem Ilbis, who will be chairing the first panel. So Ethem, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Sarah. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the second day of EU Academic Conference. And I am Ethem Ilbis. I'm delighted to be chairing this morning's session. In this session, we are addressing one of the important geopolitical issues of recent time, the impact of Russia's war of aggression against the Ukraine on European security. We will discuss this matter from energy security and geopolitics perspectives. We are here today privileged to join by 5 distinguished panelists for 4 presentations, each having different professional backgrounds. They will provide us a unique insights during their 15-minute presentations. It's my privilege to introduce our distinguished panelists in an order of their presentations. Our first presentation will come from Dr. Philippos Proedroiu. He's a senior lecturer in global political economy and director of MBA Global at the University of South Wales. Shoumya Rayan Gahir is a doctoral researcher in the Department of Political Science in Ravenshaw University in India. If she could able to make, Andrea Stoyan Karadeli is an assistant professor in Department of Public Affairs and Security Studies at the University of Texas, Rio Grande Valley. Dr. Mikhail Beznosov is a lecturer in the Department of Political Science at the University of Texas, Rio Grande Valley. And finally, Vasu Sharma is an independent researcher in geopolitics and international relations based in Mumbai. Before we go into the discussion, I just want to remind our audience some of the housekeeping rules. And of course, for the panelists, each panelist have 15 minutes. And I will give a reminder in case you are beyond your allocated time. For our audience, please mute your devices to ensure an uninterrupted discussion. In the end of the session, we will have a Q&A session, and we encourage you to actively participate in this session. And without further ado, I'll give the floor to Philippos. Floor is yours, Philippos.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much for having me here. I will just very quickly share my screen. Just ask you to confirm that you can all see it.
Yes, we see, but if you want to go to slideshow.
Yes, I will do that. Is that better?
Wonderful.
Excellent. Okay, so good morning, everyone, and thank you very much for having me here to discuss developments we would hopefully not wanted to have been discussing a couple of years ago, I guess. My short presentation will focus on how the war in Ukraine has changed EU energy security strategy. And I'm going to try to apply the theoretical lens of the conceptual lens of energy security to see what the EU has done since the start of the war, how this plays out across the 3 dimensions of energy security, and what ongoing points for discussion we have so that we can distill with more accuracy with the passage of the forthcoming years, while the EU is at a better place with regards to its energy security. The EU-Russia gas trade has been a central component in the EU energy architecture for decades, and especially since the end of the Cold War, with increasing frequency and velocity and intensity in terms of pipeline networks, contracts, regulatory divergence, but also convergence to the extent that trade was not disrupted through ongoing regulation. a very important component of this pillar was also the strategic alliances of Gazprom, the Russian gas behemoth, with a number of European gas behemoths. And we had a spiraling increase of Russian gas share in the European gas market, with a very high percentage in terms of imports of the total EU imports of gas, and in absolute numbers also a number fluctuating around 150 billion cubic meters per year over the previous decade, more or less. And the understanding was that the mutual benefits that both entities got, Russia in terms of exports and some foreign policy leverage, and the EU in terms of cheap gas, was beneficial for their economies, and this way they could fuel their foreign policies, and also as a lever to manage the broader difficulties in the Eurasian region. This liberal understanding, however, fell apart, and it didn't fall apart when Russia annexed Crimea, because the Europeans insisted to see this as a confined thing that wouldn't touch upon the broader relations. Since 2021, however, it was becoming clear that EU and Russia were drifting further apart, and it was the invasion of Ukraine in February 2022, actually on my birthday, that changed the energy system that was being weaved together for half a century. What we had is that the new Europeans were saying to the old Europeans since 2004, we have to do something in terms of energy security because Russia is not as reliable as you think, seem to have been vindicated in the end. And rather than the EU moving forward with saying we cancel contracts and imports, it was Russia which canceled a lot of gas shipments, and European states and market which gradually said we can get less. The main instrument for this change of the European energy security strategy was the REPowerEU plan. And what I'm planning to do in the next minutes is to explore the main features and the main strategy and policy proposition it brings about. Then I'm going to briefly go over the energy security framework, and then try to unpack how the new gas order that is being put in place and the new broader energy order that is being put in place by EU institutions fares better for EU energy security or not. So energy security has been defined in a myriad ways. I prefer to see it as security of energy supplies at reasonable, affordable prices, whatever that means, but within strict carbon budget. So in this definition, the sustainability component, the third pillar aspect for energy security, is very pronounced and important and contextualized within the very specific climate change mitigation policy and framework of the European Union. So let's start with supply security and see what has happened, what is happening, and what this means for European energy security. The EU and the REPowerEU plan basically said we have around 150 billion cubic meters of Russian gas coming in. We need to phase out the 100, the 2/3, within a year, and the rest within the next 4 years. For those 100 billion cubic meters to be phased out, the European Union basically said that 2/3 of those, around 65 billion cubic meters, need to be substituted by alternative gas imports coming via LNG from Qatar, US, Australia, and so on, via Norway, which was able to supply another 10 billion cubic meters the previous year, Azerbaijan, and keeping the debate alive on the East Med corridor. At the same time, however, the next around 40 billion cubic meters were projected to be replaced by energy savings and energy efficiency measures, and the warm weather and European citizens' efforts did have a good effect there. Renewables goals were updated, most importantly, the policy legislation to make renewable parks easier in terms of permits, but also licenses that would allow, that mandated in France, for example, that car parks with above 80 car park slots should have solar panels installed in their rooftop, or the fact that all new buildings should have solar panels installed in their rooftop, talk more about the hard pathway, the soft pathway of energy transition, and gives more emphasis on the distributed, decentralized aspect of the EU energy transition to boost the share of renewables. There has been a hydrogen accelerator, a hydrogen plan for more domestic production and imports, a renewed emphasis on biofuels. In general, the Repower EU plan had two pillars: gas diversification imports, more clean energy, with the risks of critical material shortages and associated geopolitical risks being in place for the building up of a more extensive clean energy infrastructure. In terms of affordability, we need to understand that in many cases, indigenous clean energy production is much cheaper. So if you have put it in place, it can generate much cheaper energy than gas imports. You do need to pay a lot of money to set up the infrastructure for hydrogen and so on, and for renewables, for solar, wind. But it's an investment in stocks rather than in flows. So in the long run, it would repay. We have savings coming from fewer imports. Only for natural gas, the European Commission has estimated 80 billion euros within 5 years. And of course, the domestication of energy production and trade is a multi-profit multiplier and generator within the EU economy, because it generates positions, jobs, retains people in the EU, creates new skills, and so on. On the negative side of affordability, of course, gas has been very cheap, feedstock, especially for industry, and especially the buildup of a hydrogen market and infrastructure is very expensive with unclear potential for now. Going to the sustainability dimension, obviously, this is the big plus, that the more you substitute gas with renewables, the cleaner your energy mix becomes, the easier getting closer to your climate emissions reductions goal you get. In terms of the negative aspects, though, we have to think that a temporary solution to less gas imports was more coal burning. There are more investments and a new flurry for gas investments in terms of LNG reception points and so on, which threaten further fossil fuel lock-in. And we should not discard, although this is minimal compared to the fossil fuel infrastructure, the carbon footprint of minerals, of extractivism that is to come and is necessary to support the establishment of a clean energy economy and the workings of renewables. In terms of biofuels, it really depends on their credentials, to what extent they interfere with land use, to what extent they are actually sustainable and they don't compromise other broader environmental and sustainability goals. So this is the big picture, and I have put aside a couple of discussion points because we cannot yet with certainty say if any of the dimensions is better served or not, because it really depends on how things will unfold the following years. For example, the investment of the EU in new gas infrastructure is extremely problematic to the extent that it is with us and that it extends the lifetime of gas for a few years. This can be an acceptable price in terms of sustainability and climate policy. But if it goes further than that, it really stands in contrast to and may compromise climate goals. It remains to be seen how far renewables make a bigger inroad into the energy mix, how the measures in place from the European Commission will play a role, but it is imperative to understand that renewables have been dumped as an overriding public priority and are being pushed into the energy mix for these reasons. One very specific and important aspect here is to what extent we're going to move further towards a prosumer's market, basically exploiting many of the cards that the energy transition can offer in terms of decentralized energy, energy communities, smart grids, and smart cities, so that we can instrumentalize, operationalize energy production and consumption better, bring energy consumption down, especially through energy efficiency schemes, and render the European economy less dependent of gas and oil imports. Domestic regulation in general is very important. I will only highlight here the end uses. In regards to electric cars, there was agreement that internal combustion engine cars would be eclipsed from the European market by 2035. There have been windows left open that if fuels, decarbonized fossil fuels and so on, could be part of the solution. So it really depends to what extent the EU is strong on regulating the end users that need gas and oil and find substitutes, electric heat pumps, electric cars, alternative modes of transportation, and so on, so that the EU can generate or import clean energy in lieu of gas and oil imports. The EU has more streamlined energy and climate goals. The understanding has sunk in that we cannot have energy security without this also chiming with climate policy goals, and this is becoming explicit in EU documentation after the war in Ukraine. But another important aspect to be highlighted is also how geopolitics have penetrated the agenda. We're no more talking about efficient markets, but we're talking about stable geopolitical partners that can help the EU in the establishment of new clean energy or green hydrogen, clean energy global value chains. Technology remains a big asterisk. To what extent hydrogen, biofuels, or other technological breakthroughs can be successful faster than we think, and there can be a strong business case that can provide further solutions to the EU energy and policy conundrum. So to conclude, and I think I am within time, I try to unpack how energy security strategy has been modified in the face of Russian war in Ukraine and the EU strategic response to it. I try to do that via the conceptual lens of energy security strategy, and its three main dimensions: security, supply, affordability, and climate change mitigation. Obviously, to the extent that imports from unreliable partners are substituted by indigenous clean energy production and reliable clean energy imports, both security of supply and climate policy are served much better, but there are several caveats to that. Thank you very much for taking the time to listen to my presentation, and of course, I'm very happy to take any questions you may have.
Thank you so much, Philippos. Really great timing. Shoumya, if you are ready, the floor is yours. You are muted.
Hello, yes, hello, hi.
Hi.
So let me share my screen.
Yes.
Okay, I'm not able to share my screen as well. So
it's fine. I mean, if it's going to be a problem for
actually, I think no, I can, but yeah.
Yeah, no, you can.
Yes.
That's because you had
Yes,
made you
yes.
co-host and then you went to the other.
Yeah. Thank you
Okay.
so much. Yes, so I'm sharing my screen. It's here, I think.
We
Yes.
see your slides. Just slideshow. Yeah, perfect.
Yeah. So my topic is, as you can see, beyond pipelines, the ripple effects of Russo-Ukrainian war on Europe's geopolitical alliances. So I have 4 talking points here. So I will just start with the first one. European unity and Russian aggression. Contrary to prevailing expectations, notably those harbored by Russian President Vladimir Putin, the invasion of Ukraine by Russian forces have not resulted in anticipated fragmentation of European states. Instead, Putin's aggressive actions have precipitated an unprecedented consensus among the European nations. This geopolitical development has concurrently engendered a typical assertiveness at the entrance of European power, accompanied by a public demonstration of solidarity with refugees on a scale hitherto unseen since the World War years. While it remains inevitable that national divergences will resurface in due course, the enduring impact of seismic shift in Europeans' collective worldview, catalyzed by a protracted specter of a war in the East, is poised to significantly influence security strategies and military expenditures. This transformative episode will yield enduring ramifications extending to Europe's diplomatic entanglements in the Middle East. The European Union member states have demonstrated unparalleled unity in their sanctions policy vis-a-vis Russia, resulting in a substantial deterioration of economic relations. Notably, Germany, a key trading partner with Russia within the EU, experienced a stark 34% decline in exports to Russia during the initial half of 2022, when juxtaposed with the corresponding period in the preceding year. Consequently, Russia, standing as a destination for Europe, German exports plummeted from 14th to 25th place during this time frame. The discord that has persisted among EU member states concerning the finalization of Nord Stream 2 gas pipeline connecting Russia to Germany beneath the Baltic Sea witnessed an abrupt shift in German decision makers' stance due to the ongoing conflict in Ukraine. This abrupt change led to suspension of approval of the Nord Stream 2 project. EU member states, particularly those heavily reliant on Russian gas, such as Germany, are actively exploring alternative sources in regions such as the Middle East, Norway, and the United States, with the primary focus on procurement of liquefied natural gas. An opportunity for European countries to foster new strategic relations, keeping their energy demand in mind. EU needed to take a clear stance on the ongoing war. The economic sanctions were necessary as the oil purchased will indirectly fund Russian aggression. So coming to the next part, navigating EU-Russia relations, a call for transformation and resilience. The current political regime in Moscow precludes the possibility of a reset in EU-Russia relations. Only a profound transformation in Russian leadership can pave the way for a substantially different European Union policy towards the country. Regrettably, Russia has experienced swift and detrimental changes since the initiation of the war. The nation is increasingly adopting a more closed and repressive stance towards civil society and any form of dissent. A critical prerequisite for political metamorphosis for in Moscow, although not a foolproof guarantee, is expulsion of Russian forces from Ukrainian territory, constituting a defeat for Russia in the ongoing conflict. The assimilation of Georgia, Moldova, and Ukraine in the EU is imperative for generating paradigmatic instances of transformation, democratization, and reform in the post-Soviet nations, extending beyond the Baltic states. The success of Ukraine in the conflict, coupled with its reconstruction and simultaneous integration with the EU, possesses the potential to exert substantial influence on Russia. This would undermine the Russian leadership's contention that authoritarian rule is the sole viable option and would affirm that post-Soviet states, including Russia, can undergo democratization and successful reforms. Amidst the prevailing Ukrainian crisis, European nations necessitate a forward-looking vision and strategic approach for a redefined Russia within the European context. An integrated facet of a novel collective European policy towards Russia involves fortifying EU member states and their societies against Russian influence. Enhanced coordination among member states is particularly pivotal. Measures such as self-protection against disinformation and hybrid attacks, bolstered military deterrence, and strategic economy and energy decoupling to mitigate vulnerabilities constitute the primary elements of EU's short and medium-term policy towards Russia. So you can see that in this slide that how EU was totally like the first preference was Russia for their natural gas imports in 2020, and you can see where Middle East and North African countries stands in 2020. Similarly, for crude oil, even Russia stands first till 2020. And in the next section, we are planning we are going to explore more about how Middle East and North African countries are going to be a viable option alternative for for the European countries. So, as our former speaker even said about Algeria, Algeria is positioned as a potential alternative gas source for the EU alongside Libya, constitutes 7.2% of EU's gas imports, ranking third after Russia and Norway. Algeria channels its export through two key pipelines, one directly to Spain and another via Tunisia to Italy. However, a third pipeline to Spain, routed through Morocco, remains inactive since November 2021, reflecting tension between Algeria and Morocco. Tawfiq Hakkar, the CEO of Algerian state energy firm, highlights untapped capacity in Transmed pipeline in Italy, suggesting the potential for increasing gas supplies in Europe. Despite this, former Algerian Energy Minister Abdelmajid Attar notes that Algeria's argumentation could only reach 2 or 3 billion additional cubic meters, a modest 1.6% of Russia's substantial 1.152 billion cubic meter delivered to the EU in 2020. Nevertheless, with proven reserve of 4,500 billion cubic meters, Algeria could significantly enhance EU gas supply with strategic infrastructure investments. Encouragingly, Algeria's state-owned firm Sunatarch plans a 40 billion investment from 2022 to 2026 in oil and gas production capacities. In contrast, Libya contributing 1.1% to the EU's gas imports and sharing a comparable crude oil export percentage with Algeria, faces challenges in delivering additional exports. Civil strife and ongoing political instability have severely impacted Libya's infrastructure, hindering its ability to meet existing supply commitments. Additionally, Gazprom's significant presence in Libya complicates matters for the EU, and despite possessing proven gas reserves of 1,500 billion cubic meters and oil reserves of 40 billion barrels, Libya's current state poses limitations on expanding its contributions. Turning to the Gulf region, a primary oil and gas exporter, with Saudi Arabia leading crude oil export globally and Qatar ranking as the second largest exporter of natural gas. Although the Gulf countries predominantly export to Asian markets, the potential for increased LNG supply from Qatar exists. Presently, Qatar prioritizes long-term contractual obligations with countries such as Japan, China, and South Korea. However, with plans to raise LNG capacity from 77 to 126 billion tons by 2027, Europe could benefit by developing corresponding infrastructure to accommodate this surge. Saudi Arabia, alongside UAE and Kuwait, possesses a spare oil production capacity. Saudi Arabia alone holds approximately 1.3 million barrels per day. While this surplus could elevate market tightness and reduce prices, OPEC, led by Saudi Arabia, has resisted Western calls to significantly increase oil production, maintaining adherence to the OPEC Plus agreement. Iraq, despite possessing the fifth largest crude oil reserve globally, faces infrastructure challenges due to year of conflict. Recent investment in enhanced production and pumping capacity show this promise, but availability of corresponding ship capabilities is crucial for Iraq to fulfill its potential to Europe. Iran, under heavy sanctions, holds substantial oil and gas reserves. Through negotiations for a new nuclear deal are ongoing, analysts suggest that even if sanctions were lifted, Iran would require time to increase its supply, offering limited immediate relief to the market. The Eastern Mediterranean, with notable natural gas reserve in Egypt and Israel, presents an opportunity. While Egypt, a net exporter since 2019, contemplates increased LNG export to Europe, it remains insufficient to substitute Russian gas significantly. Israel's aspiration, along with Greece and Cyprus, to export natural gas to Europe via the East Med pipeline faces challenges, exacerbated by the withdrawal of the US support. Despite renewed interest following the Russian invasion, the project's commercial viability and high cost continue to cast doubt on realization of Indo-Pacific geopolitical possibilities. So coming to the last part of the speaking, Europe's strategic pivot in the Indo-Pacific. While certain commentators have expressed reservations regarding Europe's engagement with the Indo-Pacific, citing the prevailing conflict, it is my contention that beyond the current geopolitical complexities, European nations possess a viable avenue for diversifying their diplomatic ties with the Indo-Pacific nations. This perspective is grounded in the recognition of substantial energy prospects within the Middle East and North Africa region, affording Europe the means to cultivate relations without invoking undue concerns for Russia. The availability of alternative energy sources not only present a strategic opportunity for Europe, but also facilitates the prioritization of regional and national interests, thereby fortifying both regional and national security imperatives. The MENA region, renowned for its rich energy sources, becomes a focal point in the discourse. European countries, leveraging their diplomatic acumen, can harness energy opportunities within the region to bolster bilateral ties with Indo-Pacific nations. By strategically navigating this landscape, European nations can mitigate the risks associated with the ongoing conflict, steering clear of diplomatic entanglements that might antagonize Russia. This nuanced approach, underpinned by energy diversification, concurrently serves as a pragmatic means for Europe to safeguard its geopolitical interests while fostering collaborative partnership with nations in the Indo-Pacific. So last slide, I will just end it. Moreover, the pursuit of alternative energy sources assume paramount significance in this strategic calculus. As Europe pivots toward cleaner and more sustainable energy options, it not only addresses pressing environmental concerns, but also reduces its dependency on traditional sources, thereby diminishing susceptibility to geopolitical uncertainties. This deliberate shift towards energy diversification not only aligns with global efforts towards environmental sustainability, but also furnishes European nations with a diplomatic tool to navigate the intricate web of international relations in Indo-Pacific. In a sense, the integration of alternative energy pursuits in Europe's diplomatic strategy not only enhances its economic resilience, but also reinforces its commitment to sustainable practices. The resulting multifaceted benefits extend beyond mere energy security, encompassing the cultivation of robust partnership in the Indo-Pacific that are rooted in mutual interest rather than only geopolitical apprehensions. As Europe embarks on its diplomatic trajectory, it is poised to play a pivotal role in shaping dynamics of the Indo-Pacific region while concurrently safeguarding its own strategic imperatives. That's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Soumya. If you are ready, Andrea and Mikhail, floor is yours.
Thank you. Let me share the screen.
Thank you. Thank you. I will apologize because I'm traveling and there might be some sound behind me. So I will be starting. Thank you very much for sharing, Mikhail. Our presentation would be focusing on beyond conventional warfare, understanding the multidimensional consequences of the Russia-Ukraine conflict for Europe's energy security. I would start by going into what beyond conventional warfare means for us and what we try to set the framework for. And then I would allow my colleague to move on with the Europe's energy security and the energy discussion. To begin with, the Russian doll that you see in the first slide of the presentation is actually intentionally chosen because if you look into the Russia-Ukraine war, you would realize that it really resembles the Russian doll. It does have so many layers attached to it that in order to be able to comprehend it, you do need to slide every layer and try to understand each slide separately. So moving on to the concept of beyond conventional warfare to the second slide. We try to look into what actually the conflict in Russia-Ukraine means. If we can look to the second slide, Mikhail. So far, until we witnessed the conflict in Eastern Europe, we kind of long forgotten the conventional warfare side, the way of looking at the conventional warfare. So when we decided if we can move back to the second slide, when we were looking into what type of warfare we're seeing in Russia and Ukraine, in Ukraine, we realized that there's kind of multiple layer conventional and unconventional warfare. So this is where the title, the unconventional, comes from, because it's not entirely just a conventional warfare, neither entirely just an unconventional one, but rather a combination of both. So what are actually the main factors or the main characteristics of the warfare, of the war that we're witnessing between Russia and Ukraine? First of all, it's multidimensionality and multidimensionality. So we witness a multidimensional conflict that operates across multiple domains, beyond the cyber information, unconventional tactics, and beyond the traditional battlefield. We witness traditional battlefield together with all these other unconventional domains as well. Then we have the unconventional tactics, of course. Where adversaries, the sides in the conflict, which are actually very much multiple than just the two sides that we have been used to. It's actually a lot of other sides behind the two that we see directly. And these adversaries may employ irregular or hybrid tactics, which actually what it does is blurs the lines between conventional and unconventional methods of warfare. So this is one more reason why we didn't really define it as unconventional warfare, but rather beyond conventional. Then we have cyber, information, and hybrid warfare. And I will move in a minute to explain these exactly, because I do have a diagram that would show you exactly what we refer to and how we differentiate between them. And then we have the global scope. And that's, again, one more reason why the unconventional would be the best understanding of it. It's because although it does happen in one particular region, it does have a global impact. It affects the globe. It affects worldwide. It transcends the geographical boundaries. It's a transboundary crisis. And it involves, of course, a range of state and non-state actors. So as I was mentioning, that we have different adversaries beyond the ones, the regular ones that we see directly with two sides in the conflict. Then we have adaptability. So this means that the people involved in the conflict have to be adaptable to the and have changing with the dynamics of the conflict. So that involves a dynamic strategy and adaptable strategy. The conflict is also asymmetric in nature, which means disparities in military capabilities and the use again of unconventional means. It's also defined by non-kinetic approaches and about a level of complexity. And here is the default concept of the military, right, where we have this volatile environment, which is very, very much complex and very necessary. It's very necessary to adapt to it. Moving to the next slide, we would actually see what I was trying to explain by the different types of warfare. So the slide number 3, if we can move to it, the slide, would show the differences between the different types of wars that we witness in between Russia and Ukraine, which is the hybrid warfare, the cognitive warfare, the informational warfare, and the cyber warfare. So can we have the slide number 25, please? Thank you. So you would see different types of the hybrid warfare, where we actually discuss the economic warfare together with the military operation. The information warfare is where we discuss the media control. The cyber warfare is where we will discuss the attacks on infrastructure, and where we have the combination between information warfare and cyber warfare is where we discuss the influence operations. However, the cognitive warfare, which is actually one that were the subject that I would like to point the attention to, goes beyond all the other three, because it's the one that it directly impacts, or it has the main target, the human cognition. So it's only the cognitive warfare which is specifically designated to brain control by incorporating weaponized neurosciences into various practices. And that's a particular type of warfare that we do witness in between Russia and Ukraine. However, the combination of all these types of warfares set the stage for us to discuss how energy kind of fits into this whole picture and how energy is kind of used as a play part in between all these types of working together with the conventional one. And I would like to pass the floor to my colleague Mikhail to move on to discuss this into detail. You can unmute yourself, that'll be great.
Do you see the slide that that actually says, I'm sorry, the Russia-Ukraine conflict, if geopolitical flashpoint?
Yes, we do, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Because I saw that it's a little bit distorted, that Andrea was asking me to show the third slide, and I actually saw the next one. So I would like to concentrate on the geopolitical dimension in terms of the consequences of the conflict in Ukraine for Europe's energy security or insecurity, but also to look at the energy as a element of non-conventional or hybrid warfare. And I think that it's methodologically flawed to look at the Russia-Ukraine conflict as something separate. If you look at this historical event in isolation from a broader geopolitical and geoeconomic trends. So, of course, I mean the emerging new multipolar world order that challenges the traditional Western-led economic, cultural, and political globalization. We all understand that this multipolar world order, the new multipolar world order presents a certain alternative, ethical and ideological, and in many other aspects as well. So in this new paradigm, multiple influential actors can shape the world order, fostering legitimacy, consensus, and maintaining stability and disruptions or defiance. So the impact of the Russia-Ukraine conflict extends beyond the immediate geopolitical and international system. It has profound repercussions on global geopolitics and has influenced the reorganization of political blocs. So we are observing the emergence of maybe new configuration of geopolitical macro regions. So the conflict transcends a simple political struggle between Russia and Ukraine. It's evolving into a complex game, which in these games, it's not just Russia and Ukraine participants, but obviously the US, Europe, and several other emerging powers, including China and India, and regional powers like Turkey and Iran. So, well, specifically, I guess what we have to remember that it's the role of the US and all this in this situation of new emerging world order. US strives to consolidate and just and reorganize its global ally system, kind of in the conditions of Russia-Ukrainian conflict, and it is also turning the conflict into a special platform for repairing and maintaining its global hegemonic status. So my word of caution is that we tend to look at this conflict as something isolated. We look at European security as a phenomenon that concerns only Europe. It's not. It's everything is highly interrelated. Sometimes what's in European Union interest is not necessarily in the United States interest and so on. So, but what's also important is that we forget about one simple fact. I mean, I would say that when I say we, I don't mean everyone who is present in this panel, but I guess in general, the humanity talking about the environmental issues, about global warming, but we forget one simple fact that the history of human civilization was the fight for dominance over energy resources. And so a lot of efforts were directed to the securing control of transportation routes for energy markets and as well as for consumer markets, of course. And it's having this in mind, we have to, I guess, to look at the problem of European energy security in a more holistic way. So what are the current challenges to the global security? It's, of course, political conflicts and tensions between the nations that can disrupt the stability of energy supply chains and lead to the price volatility, depletion of traditional fossil fuel reserves such as oil and gas. They also possess a challenge, as these resources, as we know, are finite, limited, and alternative sources must be developed. Global energy chains are vulnerable to disruptions due to geopolitical events, natural disasters, or pandemics. This all impacts the reliable flow of energy resources. Over-reliance on specific energy resources or suppliers can lead to vulnerability and geopolitical manipulation. And economic uncertainties, of course, and recessions can affect investments in the energy sector, slowing down necessary developments. This is all, everything that I mentioned, we have been observing recently. And now, what can we expect in the future? The economic forecast looks like we will have economic growth. Global economic growth is going to continue, fortunately. And although it's going to be below the historical average, but we're still going to have around 3% of global economic growth in the next year or several years. And so the projection is that the global GDP will be twice as much by 2040 if we maintain this rate of global economic growth. So the economic blocks that are formed now, they already show that right now G7 consists about 30% of the global GDP. G7's share, BRICS share also kind of around 30%. The Shanghai Cooperation Organization has 25% of global GDP had in 2022. So we know that China's GDP surpassed the US GDP in purchasing power parity and approaches to the US GDP in nominal terms. But also we have to take into account that the energy demand projection by 2040 suggests that in 2040, oil and natural gas will consist approximately 57% of all global energy consumption, and nuclear energy will be around 7%, renewable energy sources around 16%. In any case, I guess what I'm trying to say is that energy is not. It's not disappearing from the picture. It's going to be a very important factor that will be defining the future geopolitical, geoeconomic conflicts, and vice versa. and the other way, the geopolitics will define in many ways the availability of energy resources for every actor, significant and not so significant in the global system. So,
Mihail, yeah,
Yeah.
you are beyond the 15 minutes now, just to let you know.
okay, all right. So I just wanted to, as a kind of case, present this interesting case that I think would allow us to understand the complexity of the current situation. So multiple actors that are participating in the current struggle for the resources, and European Union is among those players. Again, as I said previously, sometimes the interests are not necessarily coherent. So what's interesting, what's important for the economic actors in the United States may not be, may be not aligned with the interests of the European Union. And one case that I wanted to present is the case of the US LNG supplies to Europe, as it was evident in when the conflict started in Ukraine that U.S. LNG exports to Europe surged, comprising 74% of total LNG sent to the first 4 months. And we looked at this as an example of the diversification of supplies to Europe as a positive moment. The reality is that it may be short-lived. Yes, now exports to Europe more than doubled through 2022 compared to the previous year, and there was a significant shift from Asia to Europe. But the situation can change if the consumers in East Asia, for instance, will be willing to pay more for the liquefied natural gas than the European consumers. So it's all very unstable, and everything depends on the future geopolitical changes that we will be observing in the near future and in the next decade or so. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Without further ado, maybe I should invite Vasu. Are you ready for presentation?
Yes, Professor. I'll just share my screen just a minute.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Yeah, is my screen visible?
Yes, it is. If you want to just go to slideshow, then
Yeah. So, first of all, a very good morning to one and all present here. At the outset, I would like to thank the chair of this session, Professor Etham, and organizers of the conference to give me this opportunity to participate. And I would also like to share that sharing the stage with such eminent professors, and after going through their presentations, it is an honor to share this particular platform with all of you. Right. So, good morning, I'm Vasu Sharma, and my topic for today will be revisiting Russia-Ukraine war through classical theories of geopolitics. Now, before starting with the whole presentation, first I would just want to highlight the importance of this geographical area, or the importance of the whole territory wherein the conflict is going on. So, this is an interactive map which highlights which sort of shows how did the war began back in February 2022. In somewhere we see that this particular geographical area has always been subject to some sort of dispute or conflict, or has always been central to the power politics, or always has been central to the power dynamics of the international system, or central to the global politics for past 100 or 150 years. And when we talk about traditional theories or classical theories of geopolitics, somewhere these theories emanated from prescribing countries like US or UK to ensure either they control this particular region, that is heartland, pivot, or rimland, according to whose lens we use, or or the theories prescribe them to ensure that no territorial country dominates uh, this particular geographical area. Second thing is when we talk about the importance of to geopolitically position the current conflict, it becomes important to consider two things first. That is uh, the geographical dilemmas of Russia and its quest for warm water port. And second thing, obviously, in the content in the current and contemporary power politics, it is the second most important geopolitical aspect of this conflict is Ukraine's membership to NATO. And as we delve further into how do we revisit this particular conflict from these theoretical perspectives, we'll realize that a lot of things revolve around these two elements. Now, what has I won't particularly deal with what has happened in past 1.5 year or since February 2022. I just want to highlight a small, I wanted to highlight these two maps regarding how did the conflict start and where do we stand right now. And second thing which I want to highlight is that in past 1.5 years, we have seen a very cascading effect of this particular conflict, or diverse and multifaceted implications of this conflict, which delve into avenues and areas like leading to economic instability or disruption of the global economy, or somewhere affecting the food supply chains, or even affecting or being detrimental to the financial market and stock markets of different countries. And the particular conflict also has many other implications with regard to the hierarchy of power, or let's say from a very new realistic perspective, the conflict also has some sort of implications on the structure of international system itself, right? So from this point of departure, we'll now get on to what classical theories we'll be using to revisit the conflict. So obviously, we'll be dealing with the heartland theory by Mackinder and Spikeman's rimland theory. But even before going into that, I also just want to give a small trivia that I was attempting to also use tenets of German geopolitics to understand this particular conflict. However, I came across some sort of contradictions because we try to study this conflict from Russell's tenets of Lebensraum, or if we try to study this particular conflict from Jelin's perspective of space and political geography, somewhere we see that they wanted, or not wanted, but they prescribed some sort of expansion into Eastern Europe. But when we study Karl Hochhofer, Hochhofer had prescribed some other tenets, or Hochhofer's tenets dealt with either having an alliance with Soviet Union and ensuring that there is a trilateral alliance between Germany, Soviet Union, and Japan. Right, so somewhere we see some sort of contradictions, but yeah, I think in the question answer session, we could surely deal more, or we could discuss more about importance of German geopolitics and studying this particular conflict. Coming on to first assessing this particular conflict from perspective of heartland theory. As we all know, back in 1904, Mackinder had come up with this concept of the geographical pivot to history, right? And in 1904, and somewhere, in this particular map, here we can see that what is this particular pivot. and from where it stretches, and importance of the insular crescent and the marginal crescent. And here we can somewhere locate Ukraine just at the outer rim of the pivot. As in 1999, with his book Democratic Ideals, in his second book in 1919, Mackinder had come up with this, had extended this particular concept of pivot and had come up with the concept of heartland, wherein he prescribed that who controls heartland will dominate the world. Right. So from from taking this as a point of departure, we can clearly see that Ukraine has always very much been part of this particular heartland, and and s- and since 1917 or even during since 1919 after the after proposition of the heartland theory, we have seen during Second World War or even during Cold War, Ukraine was somewhere central to power politics. And this particular conflict, that like the specific Russia-Ukraine war in 2020 has somewhere reinvigorated the focus of heartland theory and the need to study it in a much more detailed manner. And second thing is when one of the reasons why we see the transition from pivot to heartland is because of the technological transitions, advancements, and the importance of natural resources and importance of natural resources and interface of sea and land power at this particular territory, right? Because if we take example of this particular map, we can see heartland between the Baltic Sea and the Black Sea. And somewhere, even in 1919, Mackinder did speak about controlling the territory between these two, controlling, Mackinder did highlight the importance of these specific territories because they are gateway to Atlantic Ocean as well as to Mediterranean Sea. And if we try to position Russia's activities in past 10 years, or let's say from 2008, we have seen that Russia wanted an important presence on Black Sea. And, it can be either through, if we take case studies of Russia's invasion of Georgia or Russia's invasion of Crimea or even the current conflict, the need to have a warm water port and somewhere the need to control or somewhere the need to have some important influence in footing in this particular territory has always anchored Russia's foreign policy. And that is why we somewhere we can somewhere position importance of heartland theory in the whole setting of the Russia-Ukraine. And then coming to the Spikeman's Rimland theory, again, Spikeman had again expanded the concept of rimland, and he argued that the whole coastal rim of the continent is of has an utmost strategic importance because because this rimland also has a much bigger the rimland also is a better interface between sea power and land power, and it is vulnerable to attack countries on rimland from sea. And these particular positions also give an important gateway to heartland. So somewhere Spikeman had also argued importance of this particular territory. And when we position the current war and when we view the current Russia-Ukraine war through the perspective of Rimland theory, again we can see that the need to access warm waters, or let's say the need to control or need to have important presence in Sea of Azov is somewhere an outcome of, not an outcome, but it highlights the importance or it highlights the perspective of Rimland theory in this particular setting. And before that, I would also want to highlight that hardly, if we try to perceive or if we try to use the lens of heartland theory to position this particular conflict, we can see importance of Eastern Europe as well here. And, if we try to take a much more detailed perspective here, NATO's presence in Eastern Europe after 1991, the need of NATO to expand itself and giving membership to other Eastern European countries was somewhere a motive to, or it was an outcome of the need of the West to ensure its presence in these Eastern European countries and to deter any sort of aggression from Russia. And yeah, and it was also an attempt to ensure that no single power consolidates itself in this particular heartland. And yes, invasion of Crimea in 2014 and Russia's presence in Sea of Azov is again it somewhere reminds us about descriptions of Mackinder that he had given in 1990. And this is a table which highlights that in past centuries, which empire, countries, or institutions, or through which agreements have various actors ensured their presence or their influence in heartland. So as we can see, this particular region or this particular heartland has always been in dispute and it has always been central to power politics. You know, be it Russian Empire having presence there from 1721 to 1917, or be it Soviet Union from 1917 to 1991. In fact, presence of Soviet Union even in the Baltic Sea would have theoretically ensured consolidation of a heartland power or consolidation of a territorial power. But somewhere we when we study Cold War, we see that this particular prescription was myopic in nature, considering disintegration of Soviet Union and what followed after it. But yeah, even if we take examples of NATO providing membership to different countries, even like specifically after Russia-Ukraine war, we have seen Finland and its actions to seek membership into NATO, and even the question of Moldova, whether it should get membership to NATO, and obviously Ukraine's membership being one of the most crucial questions here. So to conclude, yes, we can see certain relevance of Mackinder's tenets in 21st century, and Russia remains a land power, but with ambitions of burst in warm waters, and that particular thing drives Russia's ambitions, or it is right now driving Putin's actions in Ukraine. And NATO's enlargement in Eastern Europe is, yes, it is in consonance with Mackinder's prescriptions, because when we study Mackinder's heartland theory, it prescribes either to dominate this particular territory or to ensure that no other actor is dominating this particular region. And technological advancements within these theoretical frameworks. After going through or after somewhere after following the Russia-Ukraine war, we have seen importance of technological advancements and how do they affect nature of warfare. I'm sure that particular point was also covered in previous presentations and in day one, and it has also been somewhere an important question within scholarship of IR, that how do advancements affect, how do technological advancements affect geopolitics and security. But if we try to take a much broader picture here, we can see inception of cyber warfare also began from heartland when in 2007 when Russia conducted one of the first cyber attacks towards Estonia. Right now, also when we follow when we try to follow the underpinnings of Russia-Ukraine war, the role of technology or the role of air defense systems and unarmed vehicles and drones in the current conflict, they play a very important and a very detrimental role. And as geopolitics is study of spaces, and it helps us to understand or to have a better spatial awareness, it also becomes important to understand that with advancing technology, we also see inception of new spaces. For example, the virtual space, and and the cyber warfare in virtual space can also take different manifestations. It can either be through cyber attacks. It can either be through other unmanned, and so it can be through other unmanned vehicles and drones, etc. But it can also be about how the war is manifesting itself or unfolding itself onto the social media space as well, right? So, at last, I would want to highlight this particular point from Tim Marshall's book, Prisoners of Geography, that from the Grand Principality of Muscovy through Peter the Great, Stalin, and now Putin, each Russian leader has been confronted by same problems. It doesn't matter if the ideology of those in control is Tsarist, communist, or crony capitalist, the port still freeze, and the northern European plain is still flat. In some way, Tim Marshall has in a very good manner highlighted that it's why the quest of warm water port is important for Russia and how that continues to determine Russia's actions and foreign policy. So thank you everyone for listening to me, and we can surely engage in question and answers session. Thank you.
I would like to thank you, all of you, for you making this time management really efficient, and we had some time left for question and answers. Has anyone any question? You can either write on chat box, or if you want to raise your hands, I'm happy to give the floor to you if you want to ask in person. If there is no question, then I would like to use this opportunity to ask my own question. As many of you have mentioned, there's a problem with buying these energy resources from authoritarian regimes, which are sometimes associated with the hybrid warfare or hybrid threats. I'm just wondering, I'm asking this question for all panelists. And if you want to answer, maybe we can go in order. If the EU finds then a sustainable solution for its energy dependency from authoritarian regimes, do you think that this could contribute to its security, and it may diminish the risks of hybrid threats coming from these authoritarian regimes, or vice versa? I mean, if EU finds a solution, these countries became more aggressive towards the EU if they don't able to sell their product. Thank you.
I can start if you will. I don't want to impose myself. So I think that a good question by the way, and very urgent question in a sense. So I think that the reality is that in order to remain competitive in the new multipolar world, you have to find the resources that are available, that are affordable, and that and then you have to deal with the risks, whatever risks are there. And so if because otherwise the danger is the deindustrialization, and even worse than that, that is the rapidly decreasing life standards that could trigger the authoritarian tendencies in the European Union itself. So that's my answer.
Thank you, Mihail. Filippo, maybe would you like to?
Yeah, that's a very good question, and I was thinking about it before the conference, and as you phrased the question. I think there are two more specific issues here. The one is risks with critical resources that are necessary for batteries, for solar panels, and so on. The EU has this under the microscope and is reviewing its list of critical materials in the hope that it doesn't reproduce the mistakes of the past. So it understands that China plays a huge role, and the EU is adamant that it doesn't want to go out down this road with China, as with Russia. China in many cases has 90% of some critical minerals and refining capacity, which means that the EU is already trying to factor in the specific way of establishing its clean energy value chain, that there will be only minimal dependence on those. There will be a lot of critical materials that will be the material source base of the clean energy chain. And then there will be also extensive recycling and alternative technologies that could work. So in the end of the day, China would be part of the game, but with a small percentage of dependence. That wouldn't allow China to say one day, we're not sending anything to EU, because it knows that it wouldn't have a great effect. And the EU would know that if China did that, we wouldn't be talking about dependence of 40 or 50%, but about 10% that could be somehow managed and mitigated. And of course, the EU is working with that on Canada, Australia, the US, because they share this interest of keeping China down. So again, we see how geopolitics tries to drive the new energy order in place. The hardest, I think, is having enough flows of energy. And the EU is looking at the African region or the MENA region as potential import sources and routes. Now, this bears a number of risks. Which are the countries where the huge solar parks are going to be put in? Where would the electricity interconnectors go through to reach EU? There are two problems here. Instability across the value chain at source or transit states. It's very hard to find a corridor that you could say that for 2 decades it will be stable and secure. The other thing also is, what does this mean and how does this interrelate with the broader vision of the EU in the world? Is this neo-imperialism? Is this neo-colonialism? It definitely does not chime with those states' needs to create more energy for their own domestic needs, not to send it to the global north, and to prioritize a different model of bottom-up development rather than an export-oriented one, which has not served most of the global south well over these decades. So those would be my comments. I know that the answer is tentative. I'll just try to provide some more nuance rather than a straight-on answer, it's okay or it's not okay.
Yeah, it's a very controversial topic, and there's no clear answer for it. Do you want to add more? I mean, Vasus,
Can I just very
Sonia?
short remark?
Sorry. Yeah,
Short remark. I think that this all yes, I mean, it's controversial, and I understand that we being kind of modern educated people, we try to find a reasonable solution which would satisfy everyone, which is not possible. We all know that. So the fact is the resources are limited and the supply routes are unstable. And this will remain in the future, at least in the nearest future. And so that's the reality that we have to deal with. I'm sorry.
Delighted to have you here at our second session. And without further ado, I'll hand over to our chair, Professor John Nomikos.
Okay. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I have the pleasure, to coordinate, your panel. And according to the program that I received from Sarah, the first speaker is Mr. Peiran Wanga. Yeah, one moment. His speech is the impact of the Russia-Ukraine war on European defense industries from the perspective of a weaponized interdependence. And Mr. Peiran Wang is a PhD researcher in the Faculty of Law and Criminology at the Vrije Universiteit in Brussels, Belgium. I would like to say to anyone that the speakers should stick to 10 minutes so that we can have some time for the discussion at the end. So without any other discussion, I give the floor to Mr. Peiran Wang for his 10 minutes analysis. Mr. Peiran, the floor is yours.
Yeah. Okay.
Christian, would you be able to share Peiran's slides?
Okay, and 1 minute. I should restart my my laptop. Just 1 minute.
Can you see the presentation?
Yes, I can see
Yeah.
it.
Can you have it in presentation mode, maybe? Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
Hello?
Yes,
Could
go
you see?
ahead.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's my topic is before my presentation, let me briefly introduce myself and my research. My dissertation focused on the extraterritorial jurisdiction within the EU's external relations. Besides European security and defense, transatlantic relations, and economic statecraft within the EU-China relations are also what interested. Then let me introduce this presentation. In the first decade of the 21st century, the territorial defense simply was an out-of-date topic in the discourse of the European defense, security and defense. However, the Russian-Georgia War in the 2008, Crimea crisis in the 2015, and the ongoing war in the Ukraine alerts the European academic, the European Union, that the terror defense is not far away from this continent. Then the Russian-Ukraine war means it is a formal returning of the European defense, security and defense. Territory defense is coming. Then, unfortunately, the striking age of the related defense capability in Europe is a controversial decline. We can see through the public resources sources, we can see the aid from the defense aid to Ukraine. Most of them are from the United States, not the percentage of the made in Europe and the European state offered is limited. At least it's not the compared with it's not reach the half of the total amount. Other than as far as the future key technologies as such as AI, cloud computer, and the competitiveness of the European defense industry appears backward. For example, there is so-called leading enterprise such as Google and Microsoft. In China, it's this so-called BAT, Baidu, Alibaba, Tencent. But there is a few such enterprises in Europe. then I think we should answer. The European, whether the policy making community or the population, they should not give up their ambitions about the security and defense, and the EU should what's the EU can utilize it. It is there is nothing. What happened?
No,
The
everything.
PowerPoint. Yeah.
Okay. I don't know, Mr. Peyran. I have no access to the PowerPoint.
Yeah, it's the structure. No different. No, why it's no?
Here we go. Okay.
We go. Yeah, the EU maximize the policy of the effectiveness of the defense industry through WI, weaponized interdependence.
Okay.
There is as what I mentioned, there is a paradigm shift of the European defense and security for the Russian invasion of the Ukraine. First, it's the returning of the territorial defense in the European continent. It is the research background. I will then we continue the next about the theory framework. We start at the conception of WI weaponized interdependence. Then I explore the mechanism of the WI. What's the condition? It will be success or fail. And if the WI integrated into the industry policy and how to get how to reach the policy goal. Then about the mechanism of the WI, I followed the working of the. I applied the working of Henry Fowle and the Abraham Newman as my analysis framework. WI, the paper weaponized the interdependence, how global economic networks shape state coherence, published on the international security, maybe in 2019. The vulnerability generated by the interaction. A systematic network structures create the potential for weaponized interdependence, in which some states are able to leverage interdependent relations to coerce others. So there is according their work, the WI has the panel partition and the choke point effects of the network. However, under the context of the network, the regime can influence each other. If the target out of the network, they cut off the external linking cut off. The existing regime has no or limited influence on it. For example, the North Korea. They developed its nuclear weapon and missile program has they don't care the international non-proliferation regime. So there is a suspicion that if the European continent has a policy ambitious to counter the Moscow's action, it should building a mechanism on to counter it. And when all of the linking interdependence relations has been cut, the European has the option of the European policy will be less. Then one WI as a competition into the defense industry strategy. I think there are three approaches. One is the dual use of the advantage technology and its manufacture. Then the industry policy. Third, the current power stems from the international law and the EU law. For example, I think there is the technology innovation are driven by the military geopolitical competition. So the technology transnational transfer should be under this strict regulatory. As far as the industry policy, whether Russian, China, the United States adopt the new defense industry based strategic. Maybe in this month, the United States will publish its the first strategic fail. Then the EU has a lot of abundant market and this access to the market, European market is high beneficial for the enterprises. So the EU can utilize the market access to counter the technology and the funding flow. Then we can see the European same on the within the traditional concept, European defense and the defense industry are weak. But in fact it is wrong, because whether the percentage of all the technology state-of-the-art technology, the European has its power to influence the other region. For example, according to the data of the Spring, there were 20 European arms companies in the top 100 in the last year. So the policy maker community in Brussels should thinking how to mechanism the capability. Then, if the future key technology has a strong dual use nature, for example, AI, artificial intelligence, cloud computer, and semiconductors, whether and the five generations and mobile equipment and the quantum technology. So, if the future technology will strengthen the European defense industries. However, what's the EU has done on the defense industry? For example, the EU Defense Fund, and it has played the positive role in the EU defense industry capability. Then, for example, on the EU dual export control mechanism has been updated. In September 2021, the new regulation replaced the existing council regulation. In about 10 years ago, dual use items are the sensitive goods, service, and software and technology. Then, after the COVID-19 and the US-China trade war, the issue of the supply has been attached the importance of the Brussels also. Since the last year, and there were two important regulation and directive has been ensured. So the EU focus on how the EU focus is the industry capability within its territory. As far as the EU export control regulation, there are some five significant changes. The new controls for the cyber surveillance items, strategies, public security, and the human rights controls. The revised definition of export and the broker, expanded broking controls, new controls on the technical assistance. However, to some extent, it falls short of the securing effective harmonious ruler within the EU. Among others, the scope of the newly introduced cyber surveillance control remain ambiguous. EU member states retain direct discretion in the adoption the national ruler, and the enforcement has been forced only to a limited extent. So it is still fragmented institution and the ruler governance. So go back the main topic. It's easily to make a conclusion as the following. First, the external driving force of the EU knowledge innovation is from the geopolitical, economic, and the military competition. The EU has made a commitment into the international and regional peace and security. If without the hard capability to support it, it's just a word. WI as one of the compensation within the industry policy will be more utilized by the international order, whether the China, whether the United States, whether Russia. So facing this fundamental change, the EU has not to be more practical and more practical and more safe. More itself safer. For example, as a strategic autonomy. Then export and the industry policy is strong to promote indigenous industries. So it is about 10 minutes.
No, you have it over past 15 minutes, but okay, it's about time to finish here.
How many times?
No, you have overpassed 15 minutes, but it's okay. I mean, it's about now for you to complete your speech. So you
Yeah.
have passed the time, but that's okay. I'll let you finish your conclusion.
Okay.
Did you finish?
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, you're welcome, sir. You're welcome. Thank you very much, Mr. Peyran Wark, for your presentation. And I go immediately to the second speakers, Mr. Bisvalit Akharia and Sumiat Narey. Both of them are coming from Javakharian, well-known Nehru University, which is in India, of course. And the speech is about European defense cooperation, internal decision making, dynamic, external influence, and East-West fault line. And Bisvalit Akharia and Sumiat Narey are PhD researchers at the Center for Russia and Central Asia Studies at Nehru University, as I said before, located at New Delhi in India. So, Sumia and Bisvalit, you have the floor. And please, if you can stick in 10 minutes, as I said before, so we have some time for discussion on that. Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Thank you for the introduction, sir. So I'll just start with my presentation. So can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. So at the outset, I would like to clear that our presentation is a work in progress, and due to the paucity of time, it is a myopic view on the immense literature available on the subject. Hence, all suggestions and improvements are most welcome. So after the Cold War, European nations dealt with crisis management, counter-terrorism, and counter-insurgency. The military component was largely atrophied. Simply put, the possibility of a major war was low, hence the lack of concern for the military sector. Some experts believe that Russia's 2014 annexation of Crimea was the ignition or spark for Europe and its allies to apply the Wales Summit's commitment of augmenting defense spending by 2% of GDP. The problem here seems to be Europe. If the US has to take the burden of the Indo-Pacific security, European security, and the Middle East, then it needs more from Europe. Intrinsically, we have identified 3 choke points in the European defense. First one is the militarily stronger countries of Europe are not very keen on pushing for a collective defense policy, nor for that matter, a common foreign and security policy. So according to experts, puissance d'équilibre is a foreign policy that foments more trouble than it resolves disputes between countries. Eastern European countries often view France with suspicion due to its principle of strategic autonomy, as it relies heavily on US-provided security on European soil. Instead of conceptual talk about puissance d'équilibre, there has to be a slew of initiatives that France has to showcase in order to win the trust of its Central and Eastern European counterparts. The initiatives need to cater to the actual concerns confronted by the Central and Eastern European countries. One way to demonstrate such a strong message is by reducing dependence on the US and taking a clear stand on the Ukraine war without being tied to the fetters of Washington's foreign policy designs. Despite the positive trends in defense spending since 2014, NATO has not yet delivered on many of the pledges made since February 24, 2022. To maintain its defense momentum, Europe needs to translate those pledges into budgetary allocations in the short term, and in the long term, Europe will still encounter many obstacles to preserve that momentum. Decades of shrinking defense budgets have resulted in a drastic reduction of European military forces and created significant capability shortfalls. Competing national defense industries' varying operational requirements have also led to a highly fragmented defense environment where cooperative solutions are an exception, not the rule. To conclude my point, never-ending debates on the necessity or the risk of a more European strategic autonomy have hindered European ambitions and remain highly relevant today in the light of the Ukrainian conflict. So the other two issues are as follows. First, there are divisions inside the EU and Eastern frontline states. Example, Germany and France, especially after Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And Europe's defense firms do not have the requisite capacity to meet the security requirements of countries in times of crisis. So my colleague will take it forward from here, addressing the other two issues.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for giving us this opportunity. So first, I'll speak about the major fault lines in East-West relations in the context of Europe. So the major fault line in East-West relations in Europe is exacerbated by the fact that countries such as Poland do not trust France. And Poland, and also I'd like to include some of the CEE countries, Central and Eastern European countries. They do not trust France nor Germany in either providing weapons on time to meet extraordinary circumstances, nor in attempting to resolve crises that threaten their territorial integrity. So, for example, the reluctance of Olaf Scholz-led government to provide Leopard tanks to Ukraine, whatever the technicalities be, amply demonstrates the acute lack of a substantial collective response to mitigate crises. Hence, there is mistrust at a certain level between the East and the West. And Stephen Hassler accused Britain and Germany around this was around 2016 of not having an independent foreign policy and instead towing Washington's line. And if this, he further argues, if this trend of foreign policy is maintained, then no one could potentially stall the balkanization of the Union. In fact, some experts interpret EU's foreign policy in Ukraine as being dictated by the US. This is the reason, in fact, this is the reason why there is a high degree of ambiguity on a common European defense union amongst the Eastern European side, because they ask a fundamental question, whether the EU could have defended itself had the US not come to their rescue. In few areas of military engagements in the past, especially in Afghanistan, Libya, the Sahel region, and Iraq, we see that Europe relied on Washington's help, especially in a few critical areas, such as which are also known as critical enablers, such as air-to-air refueling, strategic airlift, reconnaissance, and also intelligence capacities. Next slide, please. Or the slide hasn't been. There is no.
May I request the presenters to please show our slides?
Sorry, you can share your own screen. Can you please do that yourself? Because that is a bit difficult from here.
Okay.
Soumya, can you
the
please
button there, share screen, and then it comes up for everyone.
Okay. Is it happening?
No, we don't see your slides.
Actually, I don't have.
Yeah. Okay, there were actually a few graphs and all, but okay. Am I audible?
I'm not a host, so I can't do it.
Okay.
Yes, you can.
Now I can.
Yes, you can. If you.
Yeah. So you have been assigned as co-host. You can. Yeah.
All you need to do is to press on that button. Between chat. Yeah, now on your screen of your phone.
Okay, so yeah, that's fine. No problem. So just go to the graph. Yeah. So here is a graph that you can refer to in order to see how European defense expenditure sort of shot up after the Euromaidan crisis, and also how over the last 2 decades, European militaries have lost around 35% of their capabilities. So from here on, we will try to understand some defense-related initiatives, albeit in very small, a very cursory look at the picture, such as the European Defence Fund, the EDF, and subsequently the European defense predicament will be analyzed, highlighting the internal and external influences regarding transatlantic defense. And finally, the issues surrounding joint development and procurement will also be discussed, followed by our concluding remarks. So in 2017, when the European Defense Fund was announced, the US took umbrage to this fact, as this new development would sort of curtail Europeans from purchasing weapons from the US weapons industry. And the EDF basically aims at strengthening the industrial defense base in Europe. And also, the EDF is part of the implementation of the EU's global strategy with strategic autonomy for the European Union on building capacity for the future, and especially in the defense sector. So, however, the US, basically the politics associated with this is that the US feels that an emphasis on exclusively for Europeans would lessen the likelihood for the latter to buy more off-the-shelf equipment from, let's say, other firms. And other firms also would mean big firms in the US. So, and furthermore, the US argues that Europeans will lose out on the evolution and interoperability concerns vis-a-vis Washington because they would focus solely on their own sector. So, next slide. Okay, so the European defense predicament, as you can see, suffers from a twin problem. One is internal and the other external. The internal hurdles relate to the preponderance of Brussels in taking key decisions on weapons purchases and defense-related deals with various partners, and the infighting between countries to chart out a common foreign and security policy where the US actually does not intervene. Former Indian ambassador to France, Dr. Mohan Kumar, in a recent interview to the Wire, said that all potential business deals and weapons purchases are carried out via Brussels, basically leaving no room for discussion or consultation with other stakeholders. So basically, the individual countries have gross limitations on fixtures. And the other problem, which is the external one, concerns the bothersome interventionist tendencies of the US in matters that are strictly European. The Center for European Policy Studies, CEPS, in a study highlights that there are manifold problems in transatlantic defense. In transatlantic defense industrial policy, which is the reason why there is no competition. So basically, this is scuttling competition, the external influences. And firstly is the case where Europe is buying a lot of non-European equipment. which means that Europe, of course, does have a thriving defense industry nationally, but when it comes to a cooperative settlement or a cooperative solution, that's where it sort of falters. But also in times of need, let's say, Europe does buy a lot of its equipment in terms of when there is, let's say, it has to fill the cisterns to, let's say, give weapons to Ukraine or other parties in maybe Central African Republic. Secondly, a rather controversial scenario occurs where non-EU third parties have a say in joint EU capability initiatives. And thirdly, Europe has little say in the control of export, technology, and intellectual property in the transatlantic security framework. So experts basically believe that if these three issues are addressed, this could basically assist European defense market in becoming more competitive. Next slide, please. Okay, so basically, as this part is highlighted, lack of joint procurement has resulted in a fragmented defense landscape. This will be the main point. So in the domain of joint development and procurement, there is an initiative called EDIRPA, or European Defense Industry Reinforcement through Common Procurement Act, which could be a game changer. But that's still, I think, in the process. The EU members have mechanisms in place. Okay, they have the on the one hand the permanent structured cooperation, PESCO, the EDF, as I mentioned, the EDA, European Defense Agency. Basically, this PESCO has been established already, and on the other hand, you've got the European Defense Fund, which has an allocation of 8 billion euros for the next 7 years, from 2021 to 2027. And additionally, apart from this, an announcement by the European Commission outlined an innovative program of 500 million euros to ensure a joint procurement framework for EU countries. And of course, there are a slew of mechanisms and arrangements that have been taken, but I cannot mention all of that here. So basically, all of these things are there in place, but the ground reality suggests that these initiatives, especially procurement, still await implementation. And Max Bergman et al. From CSIS stress on coordinated investments of focusing on high-end capabilities on existing projects which are already there. So one of them is the 15-nation joint investment in building a ground-to-air defense system by the year 2028. And the second one is French, German, Spanish next generation fighter program, which is I think between these three countries, and this is ongoing. And there is another one which is called the Italian-led project to develop a new armored fighting vehicle. So all of these projects are basically there, and these are basically high-end. They cater to the high-end capabilities in defense. And once again, these projects are under process as of now. And Europe's lack of joint procurement of military arsenals has led to what we have called the lack or the fragmentation of its defense landscape. And also the same point has been mentioned by other experts and scholars. So as a result, what ends up happening is there are different types of fighters. So let's say there are 20 different fighter planes, you've got 15 different destroyers, and maybe 35 different battle tanks. And all of that actually create this whole issue with this procurement, which actually becomes a myth. So joint procurement is absolutely necessary. And another pressing issue, which is the last point, is the obsession with precision manufacturing, which basically means that there is a delay in slow production of weapons arsenals. So the next slide, this is our concluding thoughts. We haven't really been very precise and concise about our points, but whatever we've come across. So though point number one, though EU member states prioritize high-end capabilities, the problem lies in implementing those capabilities in isolation. Thus, as the adage on European defense goes, cooperation remains the exception and not the rule. In a reverse, the initiatives chalked out by the EU and associated agencies have yet to be considered by individual member states in their respective national planning processes. So these two issues, if you see, there is an inverse relation where, on the one hand, it's talking about how individual countries are actually doing it in isolation. They're implementing certain policies and capabilities in isolation, whereas when it comes to the EU and their associated agencies, when they have a certain advice, those same countries are not willing to integrate them into their national planning processes. So this is where you see a bit of a rift. And also, we believe that Europe should focus on bolstering its defense industrial base and the pooling and sharing of forces, which basically which was tried after the 2008 financial crisis, though probably it did not kickstart or materialize as it was expected to. But Europe has another chance right now. So then also we believe the EU should, or Europe should cooperate with NATO and the US as well. But equally, what we believe is Washington should vociferously advocate for transforming European defense without its interventionist tendencies. And finally, we believe this is a counter question to the history of European defense cooperation that we've seen. From 1989, there was an attempt to build a more robust defense, and then that happened again in 2008 after the global financial credit crunch, and then after that again in 2014 after the annexation of Crimea, and now. So what we ask is the war in Ukraine, transformational moment or lost opportunity? So this is a counter question for the research. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Bazit and Sumia, for your presentation and stay at online. And allow me now to go to the next two speakers. Is Dr. Andrea Stoyan-Karadelli and Aykol Ismailova. Both of them are from the University of Texas, Rio Grande Valley. Their topic is about the Russia-Ukraine war through the Eastern European lens, NATO response and European resilience. And Dr. Andrea Stoyan-Karadelli is an assistant professor in the Department of Public Affairs and Security Studies at the University of Texas, Rio Grande Valley. And Mrs. Aykol Ismailova is a master graduate of the Master Program in Political Sciences program of the Universities of Texas, Rio Grande Valley in the United States. Please, Dr. Andrea and Aykol, have the floor.
Thank you very much. Aykol, if you can share the presentation. We will try to keep as concise as possible so that we will not use more than 10 minutes. So what we wanted to focus on today was the Eastern European lens. How do the Eastern European countries look at the NATO's response and also to the resilience? To begin with, let me share with you an experience from 2019 when I was participating in a Black Sea region conference in Romania, which is my home country. So this is one explanation for trying to promote or trying to understand the Eastern European perspective, right? Back then in 2019, in that Black Sea region conference, one of the guest speakers was George Friedman. And he underlined, which was very, very much a shock for Romania and for Eastern European countries when he actually emphasized the idea, was that, Eastern European countries, you have to understand that although you do have NATO's backup, you cannot count on the US, on your US ally, if Russia is going to turn against you. You have to understand that it's going to need some time for us to interfere. So you need to invest in your own self-defense. Back in 2019, we didn't really realize how important that was, but today in 2023, we feel it on our own skin. So what we wanted to focus on today were three main questions. First, what are those perspectives of the Eastern European countries relevant? Why is it important to understand them? Then what are the main factors impacting Eastern European countries' perspectives pre and post-Russian invasion? And last but not least, how do Eastern European countries perceive the NATO response and also the European resilience? So if you can move on to the next slide.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Karadelli, and thank you to the audience for being here with us today. When it comes to the background of the current war, as we can see, we have a timeline here on the right on the slide. However, we believe that the ongoing Russia-Ukraine crisis is a sequence of actually interrelated events. Some examples of those events are NATO's expansion eastward. Then we also have the security deficit perceived by the Russian leadership and the Russian elites in general, and some of the internal factors in Eastern European countries. So what are those factors? Political instability in most of these countries, attempts to balance between Russia and the West, also inconsistent economic policies, elite corruption, and even state building deficiencies. So increased tensions between Russia, US, and NATO have led to the militarization, transforming this region actually to a battleground. The expansion of NATO and the EU continues, of course, as more countries are seeking membership in these alliances. Economic security and ideological disparities are contributing to the degradation of the Russia-West relations in this specific region even further. So we argue that the Soviet legacy actually clashes with the aspirations for European alignment, which is creating internal tensions in that region. So Russia's Ukraine invasion signifies a shift from the post-Cold War unipolar world, which is altering our global power dynamics. Over to you, Dr. Karadelli.
Thank you. So now that I could present to you the background of the current war, which is vital for us to understand in order to move on to the next question, which is understanding the Eastern European importance, the Eastern European countries' perspective importance. We can move on to the next slide, which is why actually are Eastern European countries' views and perspectives relevant to the topic. First of all, and also the factors that kind of influences this perspective. So basically, to start with, first of all, the first thing that would come to our mind would be the proximity and regional interdependence. We have to understand that the geographical closeness of the Eastern European countries to the conflict directly affects their stability and regional relationships. So the outcomes of the Russian-Ukraine war would have direct implications for neighboring nations, influencing regional stability and security. Secondly, it will be historical ties and shared experiences, right? Because many Eastern European countries, including those in the former Soviet bloc, have historical ties and shared experiences with Ukraine. The region has a complex history marked by periods of collaboration, conflict, and post-Soviet transitions. And I can speak of out of my own experience, Romanian experience. And it has to be understood that looking into those historical contexts is crucial for comprehending the perspectives of the Eastern European nations. Then the security concerns and NATO membership, right? Because Eastern European countries, particularly those that are members of NATO, such as Romania, Poland, Bulgaria, view the Russia-Ukraine conflict through the lens of their own security concerns as being the Eastern flank. The conflict has prompted NATO member states to reassess their defense and security postures, leading to increased regional cooperation and solidarity. Then we have the energy security and the economic impacts, because Eastern European countries are often intertwined with Ukraine in terms of the energy transit routes and economic ties. Disruptions in energy supplies or economic instability resulting from the conflict can have cascading effects on the economies of Eastern European nations. Humanitarian and migration crisis would be the other issue, which is the high level of refugee flow that the Eastern European countries would receive. And that means that Eastern European countries may face increased pressure in terms of providing humanitarian assistance and managing migration flows resulting from the conflict. For instance, Romania, Poland would be examples of a high refugee influx that was a direct consequence of the current war. Then we have another important issue, which is the Eastern European countries with a framework of alliances, such as the European Union, not only NATO. They do play a role in shaping the collective response to Russia-Ukraine war. Their perspectives contribute to the formulation of joint strategies, sanctions, and diplomatic initiatives aimed at addressing the crisis. So this all means that the Eastern European perspectives are importantly relevant, especially when it comes to the regional security architecture. The evolution of the Russia-Ukraine conflict has broader implications for the security architecture in Eastern Europe and beyond Eastern Europe. The conflict prompts reevaluation of defense policies, alliance structures, and cooperation mechanisms, influencing the overall regional security landscape. And there are several main factors that have influenced those perspectives before and after the Russian invasion. So we have the regional attitudes, which, by the way, they're very different from one country to the other. Being Eastern European does not mean that we have one common perspective towards this conflict, but rather we have very much divided opinions, even within those countries. Then we have societal polarization, which is another issue that has been faced not only in the current times, but even previous to those in the past few years already. We have a rising instability, which is again very much provoked by the Russia's aggressive security policy in support for anti-democratic and anti-Western political forces, and also because of its cognitive, ongoing cognitive warfare techniques. Then we have other actors involved in the region, such as China and Turkey, which are growing prominence and engagement in the region. And also we have to understand that the COVID-19, although it is an end, we already seen an end to it, it still has its impact and its consequences in the region. So I'll move on to you, Aiko.
Yeah, so our last focus question, as we mentioned in the beginning, is how do Eastern European countries perceive NATO's response and the European resilience? When it comes to NATO, NATO's commitment to the collective defense is vital for these Eastern European countries, particularly NATO members. Furthermore, NATO's increased military presence, troop deployment, and exercises in the Eastern Europe are welcomed by the regional countries, which showcases a tangible commitment to their security. And lastly, NATO's actions serve as a deterrent signal to Russia, which emphasizes a unified response against the aggression towards NATO members. When it comes to the EU, sanctions and diplomacy factors specifically, Eastern European nations are endorsing EU's use of economic sanctions and diplomacy to express solidarity with the Ukraine and condemn Russia's actions. Furthermore, EU's provision of humanitarian aid and support for Ukraine is very valued by these countries, which also showcases solidarity. And lastly, Eastern European countries, many being EU members, appreciate that EU's efforts in fostering political and economic cooperation. So EU's engagement in supporting reforms and stability is seen as a vital long-term resilience in the region, and also a sign to Russia that these countries are under the wing of the powerful Western countries. So to wrap up our presentation, here are some of the reflections for the future. We argue that it is possible to have a new security alliance and approach between Russia and the West. However, it is really important to take into consideration the Eastern European interests. And also, it is contingent on the political will of these countries involved. Confrontation is deeply impacting, first and foremost, Eastern European countries economically, which weakens their currencies, especially in the countries that have not adopted euro yet. and political and energy crises are heightening their vulnerability further. Escalation could deepen reliance on major players like the US, NATO, and EU, which actually potentially leads to the heightened vulnerability and another refugee crisis, especially in the countries bordering Ukraine. So over-reliance on the US and NATO for security is unsustainable for crisis-ridden states in this region. And we believe there is urgent need to establish new and inclusive grounds for international cooperation and security. And, this approach needs to take into account the interests of all countries involved. So it is the Western countries, EU, Washington, Russia, and also, as our topic says, the Eastern European interests.
Okay. Did you finish?
Yeah, if you have any questions, we are more than happy
Okay.
to answer.
All right. Did you complete your speech? Yes? Yes?
Yeah.
Yeah, all right. All right, good, excellent. Thank you very much, Dr. Andrea Stoyan-Karadelli and Mrs. Aykol Ismailova for your good presentation, on Eastern Mediterranean, an Eastern European lens. And because time is running out, please, can you take the presentation? Excellent. Now, our next speaker is Dr. Nikolaos Lampas from American College of Greece. His topic is NATO strategic adaptation and response to the Ukraine war. And Dr. Nikolaos Lampas is an assistant professor in international relations and European affairs at the American College of Greece. Dr. Lampas, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Nomikos, and it's good to see you again. Thank you very much for inviting me. Now, my presentation will be short. It's my research project at a very early stage, so I will only be presenting a brief outline of what I intend to do. So the initial stage of NATO's, let me put my timer on to be sure that I will be on time. The initial stage of NATO's 2022 strategic concept was a crucial phase in shaping the alliance's future strategic direction. Originally, the concept aimed to reaffirm NATO's key purpose of ensuring the collective defense of its members, with a focus on a 360-degree approach to security challenges. However, the Russian invasion of Ukraine significantly impacted this process. The Ukraine conflict acted as a catalyst, accelerating the adaptation of NATO's strategic concept, and the Madrid summit in June 2022 marked a pivotal moment when NATO leaders approved a new strategic concept that reflected the changed security environment. This updated concept placed a greater emphasis on responding to modern threats, acknowledging the urgent need for strategic readjustment in light of Russia's actions in Ukraine. Therefore, the 2022 strategic concept represents a significant shift in NATO's posture, with a stronger focus on deterrence and defense in response to the heightened security threats posed by Russia's actions. The conflict in Ukraine underscored the necessity for NATO to reassert and reinforce its strategies, leading to a more robust and responsive strategic framework for the alliance. So my research question is very straightforward. Okay, how has NATO adopted its strategic orientation, defense posture, and collective security measures in response to Russia's invasion of Ukraine? And what are the implications of these adaptations for the future trajectory of NATO and European security? As you know, for many years, NATO has faced a lot of criticism, especially after the dissolution of the Soviet Union, for lack of purpose. There were some people who were calling for its, they were making some claims that maybe we need to reconsider the usefulness of NATO. But the resurgence of Russia's revisionism has shattered this illusion that NATO is somehow obsolete. So what I want to do with my research is analyze how this new defensive, this new strategic concept will help NATO not only deal with the threat of Russia, but also how it can potentially affect the trajectory of NATO and of European security overall. So my methodology is mostly qualitative. I will be looking at some documents from NATO, some reports and policy papers that relate to Russia's invasion of Ukraine and NATO's response. I will be analyzing these documents to identify changes in strategic orientation, defense posture, and collective security measures. And I'm hoping that it will provide a context, okay, within which I can analyze NATO's response. Now, I have been able to conduct a preliminary lit review on what has been written on the topic of the strategic concept of NATO. And so far, I have been able to create 4 categories. The first category of the existing literature highlights the need to the change in NATO's approach to Russia. Following Russia's aggression against Ukraine, NATO significantly altered its strategic approach. This shift is seen in its increased focus on collective defense and deterrence, responding to the immediate threat that Russia poses to European security. The second theme in the literature is an effort to categorize the adaptation of NATO's strategic concept, highlighting NATO's broadened focus areas, encompassing not only conventional military threats, but also emerging challenges such as cyber warfare and disinformation campaigns. Thirdly, we have a strategic culturalist perspective that offers a viewpoint suggesting that NATO's response is influenced by its members' historical, cultural, and ideological perspectives, shaping their collective and individual strategies towards the Ukraine conflict. We have the argument surrounding Europe's security and how it links to Ukraine, where studies have tried to highlight this consensus that Europe's security is inherently linked to Ukraine's security, emphasizing the importance of NATO's support for Ukraine as a crucial element in maintaining overall European stability. And lastly, we have genesis and evolution of the conflict, which highlights the need to understand the evolution of the conflict in Ukraine, and also argues that Western analysis of the war's origins, including the events following the 2013-2014 Ukrainian crisis, offers insight into NATO's strategic adaptation and responses. Now, the 2 gaps that I have managed to identify are the lack of literature on long-term strategic planning. There is potentially a need to analyze how the Ukraine war will assist in creating a long-term strategic vision for NATO. And of course, there is a lack of literature regarding global implications, okay? How the implications of the war on NATO's strategy, especially in relation to other great powers, may be explored. Thank you very much for your attention. This is my presentation.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lampas. You are, I really appreciate that you stick on the 10 minutes. And so we have time for some questions at the end of this panel. And the next one, the last one speaker is Ashreya Sinha from Nehru University. The topic is the Russian war on Ukraine, impact on transatlantic security relations. And Mrs. Sinha is a PhD researcher at the Center for European Studies, School of International Studies at Nehru University in New Delhi, India. Mrs. Ashreya Sinha, the floor is yours.
Thank you, sir, for the introduction. Am I audible?
Yes, you can go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Thank you so much. Good morning to everyone and good afternoon to everyone on my side of the globe. Firstly, I would like to thank Professor Kaunat and Professor Leonard for organizing this very relevant and insightful discussion. The topic that I'm presenting on today is the Russian war on Ukraine and its impact on transatlantic security relations. My research paper is still work in progress, but I do have a brief outline and I would like to present today what my paper is all about. To give a brief introduction, we saw that the Russia's attack on Ukraine had shattered the perception that military conflicts and hard power are no longer important or relevant in the post-Cold War period. And now it has been close to 2 years since the beginning of the Russian war on Ukraine. And I think the impact of it can be felt on foreign policies and security relations of all actors across the globe. The crisis has also majorly highlighted the tensions between the Western security actors on either side of the Atlantic, which are the European Union and the United States of America on one hand, and Russia on the other. And because I studied the EU and the USA, I just want to give this clarification in my introduction that I do not intend to compare them as security actors, because I understand that the US is a very different, it's a traditional state actor, and the EU is a regional organization of 27 member states. However, they both have been relevant security actors in their security areas. And the primary impact of the Russian war on Ukraine in terms of transatlantic relations or the relations between the EU and the US has also been felt on the security aspect of it. So to begin with, we have seen that the EU has always been a normative power or a soft power, and it has been involved and with the non-traditional aspects or non-military aspects of security, such that it has established itself and positioned itself as a security actor that complements NATO. NATO has always been the military defense alliance, which has territorial defense as the core mission, and EU has focused on the non-military aspects. But this security architecture and structure of the EU has also been greatly shaken after the war. Because of the threat perception that Europe is facing from Russia since the beginning of the war, the NATO has also seen a resurgence in solidarity. It has renewed its focus on its core mission of territorial defense in Europe. And now with Sweden and Finland also joining NATO, I think the position of NATO at the center of European security has become even more strengthened. At the same time, the effect of the war has been that the USA's central role as the security provider or the security underwriter of Europe has also come to the forefront. Even though it has been challenged in recent times because of US's strategic interest moving towards China, Asia, or Indo-Pacific, and there are talks of Europe trying to regain its strategic autonomy. But in the face of the Russian invasion and at the time at a geopolitical landscape at which the Russian invasion of Ukraine has happened, I think it is safe to say that despite Europe's effort at achieving strategic autonomy, Europe has had an overpowering dependence on the US for its security. If we see within the EU also, there are a number of diversity of opinions and diversions, because an actor like Germany has been hesitant to assume a larger security responsibility of the region, and it has also been hesitant to reduce its energy dependence on Russia. And on the other hand, there is a member state like France, which has always desired for a more autonomous geopolitical discourse. So in this context of the threat that Europe is facing from Russia, I think Europe has also become militarily dependent on the US, because if we see in the last 1 decade, EU has grown relatively less powerful than the US, not just in its military capacity, but also its technological and economic capacity. And on the other hand, there is a European lack of strategic coherence, political autonomy, and also a lack of a collective political will of all the member states on crucial strategic questions. And because of this, the centrality of Washington as the security underwriter and the leadership provider has come to the fore in the European Union. So with such a security landscape, the Europeans currently lack the means and mechanisms to formulate their own policies. It that the EU and the US are going back to their Cold War alliance habits, that the USA is leading and the EU is simply pushing from behind or following. I argue in my paper presentation is that there is a need to establish a more balanced alliance, such that European Union becomes the primary enabler of European defense or the NATO. And this is important that Europe assumes a more independent, competitive role in the transatlantic alliance, so that not only they enhance their military capability, able to independently assist Ukraine in terms of military as well as humanitarian. Because for the Atlantic Alliance to thrive as well as prosper in the coming few, the European component not just has military strength but also has political autonomy. A few points to discuss how the Europe has been developing an overpowering dependence. Firstly, we saw that in the Trump administration, while the American foreign policy was strategically China and Asia and the Indo-Pacific, and the US domestic policies were also growing towards pre-self-occupation. The American commitment to European security was, but soon after that, there was a full-scale Russian invasion of Ukraine. A strong US response, but there was a very strong US-led strategy by the US, brought back to the forefront the concept of American leadership, which was prevalent in the Cold War time. Subsequent to that, even in the Biden administration, there has been an increasing willingness on part of to wield its expanding influence and leadership. So in terms of military figures here, we see that Europe has experienced a significant decrease relative to the US. So from the period of 2008 until
What's happening? We lost it. We lost Mrs. Raya Sinha.
I'm sorry, I think there was a issue with. Can you hear me now?
Are you here? Yeah. Are you here? I can see your.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I see your picture. Yes.
Yeah. Yes. So I was talking strength. Europe has experienced a significant decrease relative to the US in strength. So if we see from 2008 until 2021, the states is spending from $656 billion to $801 billion. The EU member states, the 27 member states and the UK combined only increased the $303 billion to $325 billion.
Now, do we have a problem? I don't see the picture. I don't see here at all. Ah, here we go. Yes? Mrs. Sinha? Is the connection off? Yes, okay.
Yes,
Go
I
ahead.
think there is an issue. There's an issue with
Problem with the connection. Go ahead.
Am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you now. Can you go? Yeah.
Okay. The US spending on the new defense technologies is also observed to be over 7 times all the EU member states combined. The US has also outstripped the EU combined in providing military as well as humanitarian assistance to Ukraine. But we know that the Americans are just about the resources, even in terms of organizing and unifying towards Russia. I think US is the one which has come to the forefront, because if we see within been a lot of distrust and different kind of dimensions. There have been enormous divisions in the recent years. For instance, countries such as Poland, Sweden, and other Baltic states, they deeply distrust the EU member states, the EU economic powers, which are Germany and Italy, on terms of the question of Russia. So important member states such as France and Germany have been unable to lead because they did not have the support of Poland and Sweden, which have been consistently anti-Russia. And similarly, these countries, Poland and Sweden, because they do not have the trust of the member states such as Germany and France. So the geopolitical situation of Europe, I think it is at a time when states are experiencing migration crisis. A number of them are experiencing crisis, and along with Brexit and the loss of Britain, which was the EU's strongest and the second largest economy. I think the Russian invasion of Ukraine has come at a moment of European geopolitical weakness. For these reasons, the members of the Transatlantic Alliance are basically towards habits which they were used to during the Cold War period, where the EU, the Europeans were either pushing from behind or simply following. Even now, there is and room for independent European efforts on either side of the Atlantic of things like the EU and US trade, which were initially kept outside of. To quote Liana Fix of the US Council on Foreign Relations, I think rightly summarizes the situation of transatlantic security relations. She says that American almost too successful for its own good, leaving Europeans no incentive to develop their own. So the main argument in my paper is that there is a need to transatlantic alliance for Europe to protect its own economic and security interests, very distinct from the US. And this requires Europe to develop its independent capacity in Ukraine, not just militarily, but also in terms of economic interests and also energy security. It is also imperative for European Union to pursue military capabilities of their member states in order to act autonomously within the NATO, becomes the prime enabler and prime security actor of the region. And along with increased expenditure, it is also important that Europe must have an inventive and competitive defense sector, knowledge and skills for strategic problems which are at par with other security actors. Although the alliance with the US is very important for the EU, but relying fully probably lead to the European nations to become geopolitically irrelevant. So in conclusion, I has a few recommendations for how to go about the political autonomy and strategic autonomy for Europe. Firstly, like I have already mentioned, to develop an independent capacity on how to support Ukraine in the war in terms of long-term military and security assurances, economic and financial assistance, so that Ukraine can be integrated more tightly into the European energy. Secondly, for the Western European forces to in the East, so that they can replace the US armies at some of the places, even in Poland and other Baltic states. But I think forces which will be more capable and they will be configured in a way so as to resist and fight against Russian more trust and confidence within the EU member states. Thirdly, to strengthen capabilities, and this not just by increasing and investing in military expenditure, but in the intelligence and surveillance, so that there is a more autonomous and capable and innovative European defense sector. And last, create a special EU and UK defense partnership. I think the loss of EU's military, which was the UK, has geopolitically weakened the UK also and the EU as well. The bitterness of Brexit is fading. I think it is time that the can be reintegrated into the defense and security architecture of the European Union, so that the unique of the UK can also be utilized in achieving a more autonomous Europe in terms of defense, and secondly, in achieving a more balanced and sustainable transatlantic alliance.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Mrs. Sinha, for enriching us about the impact on transatlantic security from the Russian war on Ukraine. And now I'd like to inform you that we have 8 minutes before the end of the panel. So questions are open, and Christian, I would like you to just ask any question from the audience and whatever. 8 minutes, and then the panel is coming to the conclusion. Please go ahead. Do we have any question to the speakers? or whatever. Well, if we don't, I would like to just to make just a comment that the war between Russia and Ukraine made NATO comes united. All right, this is one of the good things. Of course, another things related to the European defense industry. Mr. Peiran Wanga and the rest of the speaker were talking about, the fragmentation that we face in the European defense industry, and of course, there is always a competition not only between USA and EU, but also with other states like South Africa, whatever, India, China, and so on. So this is a big issue, which is have to see how the European Union could have the so-called European defense industry, even though we have the European Union Defense Agency. And the other side, which is quite interesting, just to point out, is with Dr. Andrea Caradelli and I call Ismailova talk about the Eastern European lenses. And as you realize now, the Polish armed forces are gathering a lot of armed forces in Kaliningrad, which is Kaliningrad neighboring with Poland, but it belongs to Russia. And another issue that we really have to be careful and to pay some attention from the European point of view is that Russian is looking forward how to destabilize, the Baltic state. All of them are EU member state and NATO member, especially, using the Russian minorities that the Baltic state have. And the one case studies right now is Latvia, that they have a very constrained relationship between this NATO country, Latvia, with the Russian Federation. So I don't think so that Russia is going to stop with Ukraine, but it's going to take at least few years before moving on to some other countries that they have it in their agenda. So Europe must be prepared. NATO must be, united, not only in Eastern Europe, but also in Eastern Mediterranean, because you see what is happening here. And one issue that Russia is using is, the domestic nationalist approaches, especially the extremist, way of try to create as many domestic problems they can in the EU member state. And on the other side, Turkey is a country, is a member of NATO, but they, use it in their own way, how to, create some instability instead of stability in Eastern Europe because of the war between Hamas and Israeli now. So transatlantic security is here to stay, and hopefully next year the USA has an election, 2024. So we hope that the Americans will elect a stronger USA president who is going to pay more attention on the transatlantic security and, of course, be more energetic, a dynamic presence in Europe and Africa and some other countries. So just to conclude from your speeches is that it's necessary for European Union to have at least a stronger European defense industry collaborating with other countries and to have, a cohesive and integrated transatlantic security dealing with hybrid warfare. The biggest problem right now is the migration issues, and let's hope that the war in the Middle East, between Gaza and Israel, comes to the end in a few weeks, few months, and having Europe and United States again, spend more resources and more funded for the stabilities of the region. That's all I have to say. Make some comment from the speakers that we had in this panel. So, Christian and Sarah, the floor is yours.
Thank you, John, for the wonderful sharing. Thanks to all the presenters for their great papers. Thank you battling through various issues like internet issues and whatever else, time differences. So we were really appreciative that you all made it to our conference. Thank you to all the participants for questions, comments, suggestions, anything else. We're delighted to have you. So now we'll take a little lunch break. Don't go far. It's not a very long lunch break, just about 45 minutes. And then we'll reconvene. So you're very welcome to stay here. Just keep your cameras switched off. And then we'll reconvene at 1 o'clock British time, whatever else that might be in your time zone. I realize some time zones might be much further ahead. So I look forward to seeing you in a couple of minutes for our next panel. We still have 2 very exciting panels to go, so don't go far. See you in a minute. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a nice.
Thank you to everyone.
Have a nice.
Thank
have
you,
a nice.
everyone. Enjoy
Thank
lunch.
you.
Have
Thanks,
a nice
John.
weekend. Bye bye, Sarah.
Thank you.
Bye bye,
Bye.
Nikos. Okay. Thank you. Bye bye. Have a nice weekend. Bye bye.
All right, everyone. So let's make a start. And this is the start of our third panel of the day, panel 2C, on the impact of Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine on European security. And we are looking in particular in this panel at security threats and security actors. So my name is Sarah Leonard. I'm a professor of international security at the University of South Wales and Jean Monnet Chair at Dublin City University. And I will be chairing the panel. And we will have 5 very interesting presentations. So I will just introduce all the speakers, and then I will leave the floor to the first speaker. So the first presentation will be given by Armenak Ohanessian, who is the co-founder of the Institute for Conflict Studies and Analysis of Russia, which he co-founded after leaving military service in the Territorial Defense Forces of the Armed Forces of Ukraine earlier this year. The second presentation will be given by Dr. Kamila Tsarichta-Romanovska, who is a senior legal expert and research fellow on international and EU security and law at the Security Studies and Education Center of the University of, and that's where my Polish is deserting me.
Wrocław. Yeah.
Thank you.
It's fine, absolutely.
Thank you. And the presentation has been co-authored together with Brigadier General Piotr Bok, who's director of the Higher School. Boczko, sorry, who is director of the Higher School of the Border Guard and a former commander of the Central Training Center for Border Guards in Poland. And the third presentation will be given by Dr. Giuliano Bifolchi from Special Eurasia. So he's a research manager at Special Eurasia and also a professor in web intelligence and OSINT at the European Forensic Institute. And then the following presentation is a presentation by 2 authors, but I understand perhaps only one will present on behalf of the 2 of them. So Davide Giannini will present a paper co-authored with Ricardo Pereira, and they are both doctoral researchers at Dublin City University. And the final presentation on this panel will be given by Dr. Edward Salo, who is associate professor and assistant chair in the history department of Arkansas State University. So just a reminder that as we have 5 presentations, it would be really great if you could all try and do your presentation within 10 minutes, 12 minutes at most. So please try and time yourself. And if you go a little bit too much over time, I may have to intervene so that we can have a bit of time for questions and answers at the end of the panel. So thank you very much, everyone. And without any further ado, I would like to give the floor to our first speaker. So Armenak, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Hi again, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity. And now, just given the tight time frame, I'll be brief. Unfortunately, I don't have any visual presentation, but if you are interested in the references, I'll be happy to provide them. If you have questions, please do not hesitate to interrupt me. I'll reply just because initially I did a speech, try to do it very concise, but I had to rewrite it for a couple of times. Well, despite the topic is quite specific, I mean, cyber warfare, I'm going to touch also a bit much broader topic, the topic of the emergence of international norms. Because you cannot analyze and predict how the international legal environment will develop without understanding which mechanisms drive this process. So just because we are currently in the era where emerging technologies such as large language models and artificial intelligence especially are reshaping our world, so we have a new approach to the irregular warfare. The widespread use of proxies, territorial disputes like those of Venezuela ambitions, recent, and the symbolic nature of many of the treaties like Budapest Memorandum also point the insufficiency of traditional international law and international relations, especially the law of armed conflict. So what is the environment and what is warfare dynamics? The list of cyber attacks, or I would prefer offensive cyber operations, OCO term, undertaken by Russians since their invasion is really enormous. Our Computer Emergency Response Team, CERTUA, recorded nearly 4,000 cyber incidents between January 2022 and September 2023. An earlier report by Microsoft dated of April 2022, it precisely outlined that military and political actions have always been closely linked with cyber attacks. Hence, it is beyond any reasonable doubt that offensive cyber operations are deployed by Russians now within the war theater as a weapon, equal to conventional armament. However, while I was drafting this speech, another major cyber attack on Kyivstar, Ukraine's national cell provider, was undertaken, and this attack was followed by an attack on our banking system, missile barrages on major cities. So it actually created an informational vacuum. And I just want to emphasize this attack because even according to Kyivstar's officials, it was launched via compromised social media profile of one of their employees. So this example starkly illustrates the new reality of warfare as a strategy of combining cyber attacks with kinetic strikes and information operations, a pattern increasingly observed in modern conflicts. So the current context of international law is as follows. It is shaped by three major sources. I have no doubt that guests and speakers have their own insights and understanding of international law, but still I have to point that out. Those sources are binding treaties, customary law, and general principles. And regarding the principles governing the laws of war, they are often framed to suggest that the scope of wars should be confined to the attainment of their initial political objectives, like, for example, territorial control, or in our case, defeating Nazis, which is the purpose of special military operation alleged, while avoiding superfluous destruction. So, moreover, conflicts ought to be resolved swiftly with concerted efforts to shield civilians, non-military assets from needless devastation and suffering. At the same time, the list of international treaties in international humanitarian law is really extensive, so I'm going just to focus on those which are related to cybercrimes. Bluntly speaking, there are just few of them. Actually, it's only the Convention on Cybercrime, signed in Budapest in 2001, two resolutions by the United Nations, one of General Assembly and the second of the Security Council, respectively 2014-2012, and the Rome Statute of International Criminal Court, which is actually the only legally binding treaty. And in Article 9, it actually recognizes the mere possibility of prosecuting cybercrimes, but it does not call it a war crime or does not provide the elements. Of course, I'll try to avoid any technical elaborations, and Budapest Convention, it contains just 4 types of most common types of attacks, but as of today, there are just hundreds of them. So it is literally impossible to envisage all of them in one treaty or codified document. I must emphasize also on Tallinn Manual, the 2nd edition, which is really a notable document. Unfortunately, it is not binding, but follows up the advancements in technologies. And the phenomena of cybercrimes during war, it parallels a lot the historical challenges posed by chemical, nuclear, and biological weapons, challenges actually that remain unresolved. So the advancements in large language models and AI-enhanced cyber attacks in a military context might potentially cause a global catastrophe. In September 2023, General Prosecutor of International Criminal Court, Karim Khan, he announced that the ICC is considering investigating cybercrimes that violate the Rome Statute, yet there have been no notable developments in resolving these issues. So what I suggest, my suggestion is to reassess the approach and just try to give a try to combine legal and military perspectives. What does that mean? From a military standpoint, I perceive law as a tool to suppress the enemy's will to fight, echoing clausewitz. And this concept is often termed lawfare, which I dislike, but it highlights the evolving role of law in warfare. Instead, I'll suggest just imagining international law as a volatile narrative space with quite shadowy borders encompassing political, economic, and social narrative landscapes. And also this space is defined by different narrative environments, including the traditional sources of law, like principles, customs, and treaties. But the frequent disregard for binding treaties, let alone the customary law or the principles, suggests that these legal environments may soon become obsolete, while the phenomena they were meant to regulate still exists and evolves. And in this context, legislation on biological weapon is especially a notable case study, because elaboration of legislation on bioweapons encompasses challenges such as attributing responsibility, appeal to lesser powers and non-state entities, unpredictability of both targets and weapons, risks of significant indirect damage, clandestine projects for weapon development. At the same time, speaking of cybercrimes or offensive cyber operations, there are certain unique difficulties, like identification of specific perpetrators up to the line of command, the technological sophistication needed to identify the perpetrators, and the challenge of recruiting or training personnel capable of investigating and prosecuting these crimes, either operations, in case we are speaking of war crimes. Moreover, the advancements in large language models will make the task of the mere investigation and evidence collection nearly impossible, because being enhanced by the AI, the cyber attacks in military context might potentially be really hard to investigate, if possible at all. However, it is established by constructivists in international relations, to which I belong, that norm evolution theory, it identifies 3 major stages in any norm's potential life cycle. That is norm emergence, norm cascade, and norm internalization. I will not describe the second stage as the second and the third stages, but I will focus on the first, because it is relevant for cybercrimes. Of course, the legislature on cyber crimes, cyber offenses is not new. It's not at its infancy, but still it's very undeveloped. So but anyway, the alignment of a norm with a state perceived self-interest is crucial even for the emergence of norm. And it is also crucial to realize the state's role as a proponent of that norm. What I mean, there is a quite telling example. In June 2023, Russia's proposal is the United Nations Open-Ended Working Group for a legally binding convention on ensuring international information security was refuted. But interestingly enough, it had statements which called for preservance of security, international cooperation. But in its essence, this document, this proposal, was aiming to seize any processes revolving around sanctions in response to cyber attacks. So hopefully this proposal was refuted, but that is quite a telling example of how norms emerge. And it is not possible just to theorize or to approach, like, that Kelsen's theory, just pure law without any context. So that's why I'm talking about narrative space, and in which we have to shape another model, which would be capable of deterring these operations and prosecuting cyber crimes. So what are the specific proposals? First, we have to admit that the weakest link in the chain of all cyber attacks is always a human being. It is a human being who clicks on the link. It is always a human being that opens malware, etc., etc. Second, cyber attacks are often executed in combination with other means of irregular warfare, and especially disinformation campaigns. Third, the primary driving force behind cyber attacks are non-state actors, often not ideologically motivated, but very well paid. And in many cases, if we are speaking of Russian hackers, they just do not live in Russia, and obviously they're not at military service. Fourth, binding methods seems inefficient in deterring malign activities in cyberspace. So instead of elaborating additional legal constraints or comprehensive treaties, my view is that it is time to assume that cyberspace is in a state of ongoing and seemingly unceasing total war. So consequently, the response must be innovative, going beyond mere legal reforms. Utmost efforts should focus on the first stage of norms evolution, expanding options for countermeasures, fostering military and law enforcement cooperation, rethinking concepts of territorial jurisdiction and sovereign immunities, and implementing educational programs to decrease vulnerability of population and professionals. So basically, if allied states could create an environment in which it would be extremely uncomfortable to being engaged into offensive cyber operations, that would deter. The deterrence effect would be much higher and effective rather than an all-encompassing treaty, which remains just a mere paper. Of course, cyber norms will have difficulties achieving coherence with existing architecture of international law, and perhaps the best option and point where to start with is implementing norms into the law of armed conflict, especially norms regarding protection of civilians and minimization of collateral damage. And basically that is what NATO's talent manual I mentioned is talking about.
Excuse me, would you be able to conclude?
Yes, that is already a conclusion. So it's just not about individual nations. It's not about specific conflicts. I think to deter this threat, the process and collaboration guided just by well-established principles, two principles, so justice and humanity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Camila, you have the floor. You are still muted. So we can see your slides, but we cannot hear you.
Now, maybe?
Yes,
Yes,
absolutely.
great. Hello, very nice to meet you. Thank you once again for invitation. I will start to tell you a bit more about security in eastern flanks and how it actually looks like when it comes to the challenges post the eruption of Ukraine heated war from Russia. Sorry, I have to. Yes, here he goes. I started with most important part because what we have to look at in this certain topic is the new ideas of hybrid threats called not only military and PMC threats of hybrid content of hybrid description, let's say, but also the instrumentalization of migration. What we can see here, I've allowed myself to copy some data from Frontex risk analysis monitor from 2013-2045. And if you can see the amount of the pressure at the eastern borders of the EU has increased significantly, whilst as well the other migratory routes are still quite pronounced. But still, we have here the first time we can actually see the direct impact on migration and direct impact on hybrid threats caused by Russian aggression, as well as interruption in the hybrid warfare and information warfare when it comes to the cooperation with Belarus. That's the reason why we thought that it would be really interesting to show how the eastern flanks of the EU need to be strengthened in order to reply for this modern unknown hybrid threat. So the the key focus was to actually look how the migration and development policy, especially new regulation of Frontex, is in line with challenges posed by everyday life on the eastern flank. And we're not talking here only about the situation post the Crimea accession, but as well situation way before the eruption of war in the end of 2020, 22, etc. in the Ukraine. So not only the war as such, when it was the situation with peaks of the border crossing with the Belarus and potential situation of pushbacks, but rather the instrumentalization of migration and instrumental use of migrants, who were brought into the Belarus or to other countries which are neighboring with the European Union Schengen area in order to destabilize the region. I would like to find the certain solution, because we have to see the forced displacement which were caused by the attack on Russia. First, there was the forced displacement within the Ukraine from those parties of Ukraine's territory, which has been, let's say, annexed before the eruption of the war and the formal attack. But therefore, we can see quite soon as well the change of migratory routes due to the pandemic challenges, but as well the change as well of the Eastern Mediterranean, the change as well with the borders with Belarus, and the change of the dynamics of the whole migratory system and migratory routes of the EU. But my most important point, which I wanted to highlight, was that how long with this external border management, with the new ETIAS, the new interoperability of the border management and asylum and migration systems were created, still European Union was not prepared, as well as European countries, especially those who are neighbors with quite dominant players when we come to the geopolitical strains, with the very unspecified situation, which is a PMC potential threat and potential attacks to the borders, such as Wagner's group, the instrumentalization of migration So the creation of threats and physical border attacks on the borders of the European states. Some of them, as you can see afterwards, I will return to this. Lithuania, or now Finland, asked for support from the European Union, and they has been granted Frontex Rapid Border Intervention help, which obviously help them with coordination of the situation in their borders, especially in order to avoid the situation of pushbacks. But in case of Poland, for instance, there was the situation that actually Poles decided to deal with all the situation by themselves without actually asking for coordination of the agency, which is, surprise, surprise, based in Poland, in Warsaw. So as you can see, not only Lithuania, but as well other member states of Baltic region has received quite substantial emergency aid and funding, but as well we can even say managed to lobby as well as convince other member states regarding the EU emergency measures in order to create certain flexibility in order to deal with the increasing arrivals from Belarus and increasing hybrid threats from those countries, especially now in the situation, for instance, like recently in the end of August, when there was the situation with Suwałki Gap. I hope you don't mind, but Suwałki Gap is here you can see it here, and this is really slight piece of land which literally is dividing Europe from Russia and Belarus, if we can ask this, if we can call this bloc as such, and which is giving a quite close cooperation and quite close access to the Kaliningrad region. That's the reason why the situation of the Baltic states was extremely important, because they had to, first of all, manage with the security threats and potential threats coming from now most likely disintegrated PMC group of the as Wagner is called. Then as well they had to, in order to establish certain response to the physical attacks to the borders caused jointly by irregular migrants who are brought to the borders by allegedly, of course, by the Belarus border state agents, same time being not able or not being interested in launching asylum procedure or refugee procedure or any other temporary protection procedure in Poland. But same time, we can see as well that the other part of the EU border, which you can see in the top of this map, is the border between Poland, Slovakia, but as well Romania, with Ukraine, which is hit by the physical aggression of the war character by the Russia. So we can see the double situation here, where we can not only have use of the European protection mechanism in order to support, but as well we have a situation at borders in order to protect people who are fleeing war and who are using regular point of entrance in order to launch their asylum application, as well as register themselves to obtain certain documents, but as well in case they lost them, but as well to obtain certain support from European Union. So those distinctions between those category of migrants, if I may say so, between the legitimate European Eastern Europeans from Ukraine who are now willing to join the European Union, but as well the other people who might be as well asylum seekers crossing as well from other countries, of course, as well claiming from asylum seekers, is certainly difficult, especially for those who decided to, let's say, cross the borders from in the irregular situation, as there is a quite strong situation of pushbacks, of pushes, let's say this way, and maybe not enough clearance and education how to avoid the pushbacks when it comes to the European border guards and the not maybe not enough education when it comes to the protection of fundamental rights. What we can see, but it's not all, that's the Polish border guards, but we can see and observe the militarization and the strengthening, the physical strengthening of the borders, which now, after the eruption of the war in Ukraine and the instrumentalization of migration, became a fact. The important issue was as well this strategic landscape. So we had to look from the double standard of strengthening of the borders, from the border of defense and security, which is, let's say, requested and supported by NATO, but as well as a Schengen area, supported by the EU. Whilst the first beginning was the first part of the hybrid warfare, and this crisis caused by instrumentalization of migration became as a potential pushback situation, we can observe that the situation actually at the borders has become more less tense, and clearly with the support of various emergency solution and the support when it comes to the information and when it comes to the perceived danger, but as well development, we can see that there is a clearly situation of helping migrants on the board. But at the same time, we can see that this actively facilitating and encouraging migrants to cross the borders in an illegal way. So by being, to name it, using the green borders or irregular crossing, not only leads to the potential clashes and potential pushbacks, but as well keeps putting the migrants into the danger, especially now during the quite severe winter season, as well as August season. More importantly, we have to see that there is a certain potential concerns of human rights violation, which clearly all the parties has to be more informed and educated about. But important issues as well that the situation of security of the border is as well impacting the security of the border guards with both with basically on all the line of eastern flanks, because there is a situation of the physical attacks on the border guards, and the amount of those who's being hospitalized is being brought. Moreover,
Camilla, I'm afraid you'll have to conclude now because we still have three presentations.
I'm so sorry. That's the reason I wanted to say, but that's the reason why European Union came into the very important issue of operationalizing of EU integrated border management strategy and reinforce it. I managed as well to actually highlight why this is the supported, how the support mechanism is working. But of course, I can share my presentation. I wanted to show as well how important is capacity building, as well as referral mechanism and screening mechanism to actually avoid any situation of pushbacks and violating of human rights. But the strengthening of Eastern flag is more important than the strengthening of the EU and European Schengen area, as well as, of course, NATO. That's the reason why still, I would like to just show you the round of my presentation. I would like to highlight the importance of securing borders, because not only we are protecting European Union from military violence and threats, not only from hybrid threats, but at the same time we are protecting them as well from illegal migrant smuggling, human trafficking, but as well as you can see, trafficking of goods and trafficking of contraband, but as well as CBRN, weapons, etc. That's the reason. That concludes my very fast end of my presentation. Very sorry, I don't know how the time passes, but as always, that was a pleasure, and I always wanted to say too much about this interesting topic, so please forgive me if I was too long. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Camilla. You certainly have given us a lot to think about, and I now would like to pass the floor on to Giuliano.
Hi everyone, thanks for this invitation. I'm going to share my presentation. Let me know if you can see, if you can hear me properly. Everything is fine?
Yeah, we hear you and we can see your slides, yeah.
Perfect. So I'm going to talk about the impact of North Caucasian volunteer battalions in Ukraine on European security. Since the beginning of the Ukraine conflict, with my team, we have monitored the situation on the ground in Ukraine, and also the situation regarding the North Caucasian foreign fighters or volunteer battalions. And after more than 1 year and a half, we try to answer some questions like, how can the North Caucasian volunteer fighters in Ukraine impact the European security? And what are the risks connected to North Caucasian foreign fighters in Ukraine? Also, if there is a threat of radicalization among the North Caucasian fighters, and how can Brussels monitor and counter a threat coming from these volunteer battalions? I'm not implying that every North Caucasian who is fighting now in Ukraine belongs to a radicalized group or is a terrorist. I'm just saying that there is a geopolitical risk that we should consider. So first of all, when we talk about this battalion, we should make a distinction, and our interest during our research was more about this battalion. One was the Dagestan battalion, Imam Shamil. Imam Shamil is an important figure in the entire North Caucasus because belonged to the Caucasian War during the 19th century. And in September 2022, it was created this battalion among the Dagestan National Center. The main purpose of the battalion is to support Ukraine forces, Ukraine against Russia, and against the Russian armed forces. We have also the Muslim Corps Kafkas. This is important because it is a battalion which has among its fighters not only people from the North Caucasus, but people from the entire Caucasus, which belongs to the Muslim Ummah, the Muslim community. And it was active also before with other foreign fighters after the 2014 crisis of Euromaidan in Ukraine. We have for sure the Chechen battalion, Sheikh Mansour and Dzhokhar Dutayev. Sheikh Mansour is another historical figure for the North Caucasus, really important, related to the fight against the Tsarist Empire. And Dzhokhar Dutayev, as you know, was the first Chechen president of the Chechen Republic of Ichkeria, which was this independent republics in the North Caucasus after the first Chechen conflict. Both of this battalion were established by an independent organization called Svobodny Kavkaz, Free Caucasus. It was established in Denmark, and they were created to support the Ukrainians in the fight against the Russian separatist forces in Donbass, in Donetsk and Lugansk, and now they are supporting the Ukrainian forces against the Russian armed forces. And then we should also consider the Turkic battalion Turan. I'm considering also this battalion because among the members of the battalion, there are not only people from Central Asia, so from Kyrgyzstan, Kazakhstan, but also people from Turkic ethnic groups inside the North Caucasus, inside also Russia, like Bashkortostan and Tatarstan. So this is a small overview about what we are monitoring. And we are monitoring following not only the news, but also following their Telegram channels. As you can imagine, it's not easy because they can change frequently their Telegram channels. Also, they have different bots. So it's not completely easy to try to monitor them. Some of them have their official channels, other belongs more to some fighters and some volunteers. They are based in Ukraine. For instance, we know that the Muslim Corps Kafkaz was fighting in Bakhmut against the Russian armed force, also the Dagestan battalion, Imam Shamil. So, why the risk assessment? In January 2023, open sources confirmed that the former leader of the terrorist groups which operates in Syria, Ajnad al-Kafkaz, Ajnad al-Kafkaz is a terrorist group which operates in Syria against the Russian forces. So the former leader, Rustam Hajiev, also with the nom de guerre Abdul Hakim al-Shishani, he traveled to Ukraine. He met the leaders of the Sheikh Mansour battalion, also Ahmed Zakayev, who was the former prime minister of the Chechen Republic of Ichkeria, and currently is in Ukraine, but before he lived in exiled in Great Britain, United Kingdom. So Rustam Hajiev and his fighters are currently in Ukraine fighting in a special unit inside the International Legion. So they become part of this International Legion belonging to other Chechen battalions. Why this is important? Because at the beginning, they belong to Ajnad al-Kafkaz. Ajnad al-Kafkaz is a terrorist group, so which belongs to the galaxy of Islamic Salafist jihadist terrorist groups. So we have also other information, like on October 8th, 2023, Moaz Kabardinsky, so it means Kabardino, Balkaro, it means from the ethnic Kabardin group, is one of the members, the leaders of the Muslim Corp Kafkaz. Here you can see the flag written Al-Kafkaz al-Muhid, which is, this means like the Union of Caucasus, United Caucasus. Here you can see also the famous basmala that you can see also another flags from the Taliban to the Islamic State. So he wrote, he published a post, this leader of the Muslim Caucasus, a post on Telegram in which he criticized Kiev supports to Tel Aviv. If you remember, on the days before, on the October 7, 2023, Hamas perpetrated his attack against Israeli settlements near Gaza, and everything started with, okay, in the Middle East between Israel and Palestine. But our focus was that he started criticizing the government, and he said that he knows that now they are fighting with the Ukrainians with Kiev against the Russian, but probably in the future they should fight also against this current government because aligns with the enemies of Islam, the enemies of the Muslim Ummah. Also, not only him, but also the same day, the English Independence Committee, which is another group. This group belongs more to the North Caucasus, but also has connection with people inside Ukraine and the galaxy of the North Caucasian diaspora in Ukraine and Europe. But it also usually criticize Ukraine for supporting Israel, and they also argue if it is right to support Israel or not. The Dagestan National Center, which control the Dagestan Battalion Imam Shamil, also published a post criticizing Ukraine, and they were dissatisfied with the Ukraine stance. So why this is important? I want to go quick to the conclusion, because as you can see, there are some link, some connection between some of these people, these foreign fighters, and the galaxy of radicalization or jihadist groups. Also, KafkaCenter.com, which is a website promoting in the past terrorist and jihadist ideology. They were in contact with all these groups. The main fact is that at the beginning of the conflict, with my team, we monitoring the fact that many jihadist magazine and propaganda channel invited foreign fighters to go to Ukraine to get training and to get weapons to put a foot like inside the European soil, inside Ukraine, and to use Ukraine as a training camp and hotspot and hub to go to Europe. What is also important is that in 2021, the president of Ukraine, Zelensky, he signed a decree which grants the Ukrainian citizenship to those foreign fighters who support or fight among the ranks of Ukrainian army or inside paramilitary groups operating in Donbass before and now against the Russian forces. So this means that some of these groups, some of these persons, also people who belongs to Ajnad Kafkaz, which was his terrorist groups, can have this citizenship. And consider the fact that Ukraine can become a member of the European Union, they can move without any problem, without any troubles inside European Union. They can also try to spread the ideology, they believe, they also organize some violent attacks, particularly if these groups will be dissatisfied by Ukraine and by Brussels' stance regarding the Muslim Ummah, regarding what is happening in the Middle East or not. So according to my research, to our analysis, our daily analysis, we can see that there is a geopolitical risk. For geopolitical risk, it means that some characteristics which can increase the possibility of terrorist attacks or violent attacks. And probably the European Union should monitor more these groups and also their propaganda that they are organizing on social media, on Telegram, and also if they have an impact, not only in Ukraine, not only in the North Caucasus, but also among the North Caucasian diaspora. So thanks for your attentions. And if you want further information about this group, you can check on Special Relations Volunteer Battalions for Fighters Ukraine section, and I'm here to answer your question if you have. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Giuliano, also for sticking to the time. That was extremely interesting. And I now would like to invite Davide and Riccardo to take the floor.
Yep. I'm going to share my presentation. Okay, thank you very much also for your invitation. Today I will present to you my preliminary research which is also co-authored with my colleague Ricardo, about the youth actorness in civilian and military missions after the war in Ukraine. This is a preliminary research that I will try to condense in 10 minutes. First of all, let me introduce this topic. The concept of EU actorness is usually defined as the capacity of the European Union to behave actively and deliberately in relation to other actors in the international system. EU actorness is a broad concept that involves, however, three main concepts that the research has tried to deepen: the area of action, partner organization, and therefore the relationship between the European Union and third countries, as well as other international organizations. For example, in this workshop, we saw the defense cooperation between the EU and NATO. And in this presentation, for example, we will outline the role of Norway, for example, in EU's missions, in Norway's innovative role, and then the degree of communication of the policies. And therefore, we will analyze the discourses released by EU institutions, and in particular the High Representative and the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen. EU actorness that, of course, needs to be reassessed after the war in Ukraine. The war in Ukraine that has been a larger-than-life event, of course, and that has watered down the geopolitical landscape, not only in Europe, but in the entire world. It's an event with a global magnitude effect, and it has made the European continent, and in particular the poorest areas of the world, like the Sahel region, more volatile and fragile. And in response to these changes in geopolitical terms, the European Union responded also inter alia enhancing its missions, both military and civilian missions. The European Union has historically kept a leading role in peace-making missions, and has always tried to strengthen international security. To date, the European Union has launched over 37 overseas missions in 3 continents: the European continent, Africa, and the Middle East. And currently 21 missions are ongoing, 12 of which have a civilian mandate, while 9 have a military nature. After the war in Ukraine, the European Union was very active in this sense and launched 6 civilian and military missions in 4 countries: Armenia, Ukraine, Niger, and Moldova, 2 of which have a military mandate in Ukraine and Niger, and while it has a civilian mandate in Armenia and Moldova. In particular, the European military system missions launched in Ukraine in October has been defined by the High Representative also as the most ambitious mission in the entire European history. And both missions in Ukraine and Niger aim to provide training and equipment to the national armed forces. This is quite innovative, because it's the first time that the European Union implements the so-called train and equip model, for example. And then we see that also in the mission of the EU in Moldova, the European Union has focused in an unprecedented way on building resilience in the areas of crisis management and hybrid threats. And in Armenia, the European Union is playing a very active role in order to normalize the relationship between Armenia and Azerbaijan, especially after the Nagorno-Karabakh conflict that outburst in September 2023. A very specific characteristic of this mission is that, except for operation in Armenia, all these missions have been financed totally or partially by the European Peace Facility. And indeed, this is a very innovation of the missions undertaken by the European Union after the war in Ukraine, because normally they are financed under the CFSP budget or other instruments that, however, did not have the same magnitude and financial capability of the European Peace Facility. Now I will straight away jump into the preliminary findings that I think are more interesting in this presentation. Of course, after the war in Ukraine, the European Union has reinforced its military and civilian missions at different levels. First of all, we see that there is more rapidity also in terms of decision-making procedures. This is quite a reflection of the fact that the European Union has reached political unity after the war in Ukraine. And on average, the European Union spends between 1 and 3 months between the request of a new mission and the so-called initial operating capability. Second, there is adaptability to partner priorities. And this is an aspect that has been emphasized by the representative and also underlined in the strategic compact several times. Indeed, the European Union tries to understand in a more comprehensive way the necessities of partners and try to calibrate missions on the basis of these needs. In particular, the European Union launched the so-called train and equip model that has used efficiently in Ukraine and Niger, and it tries also, for example, in Armenia and Moldova to understand that the necessity of the hosting countries. At the same time, always in the wake of this adaptability process, the European Union started delivering lethal weapons. This happened in Ukraine and Niger, but at the same time, this happened also in Somalia, that was launched before the war in Ukraine, but the European Union started delivering lethal weapons only after the war in Ukraine. The war in Ukraine, again, marked a significant change in this sense. We have then more flexibility and modularity. We observe that the new missions are no longer considered and conceptualized as a single isolated instruments, but are involved within a more integrated or comprehensive approach. Indeed, EU missions are usually complemented by other assistance measures, especially financial assistance measures that aim to provide equipment and training to national armed forces. And the European Union has also started launching preliminary well-targeted advisory missions in order to ensure better outcomes in the more operationalized missions soon. And this happened in particular in Armenia, for example, where the EU mission was possible only after the EU monitoring mission in Georgia. But at the same time, I would like also to observe that operations in Ukraine and Niger cohabit with other missions, civilian missions that the EU launched before the war in Ukraine, and now these missions are interconnected, and civilian missions are observed like and conceived as tools that are used to better finalize the new missions, the new military missions in Ukraine and Niger. And then finally, we have more robustness, especially in terms of financing. Indeed, the European Union is using very actively the European Peace Facility. This instrument was established in 2021, so before the war in Ukraine, but only after the war in Ukraine, this instrument is used with a global outreach. And today, the European Peace Facility is used not only in Europe, but also in Africa and the Middle East. And as I said also before, the European Peace Facility ensures more funds than previous instruments that were obsolete. And indeed, for example, in Ukraine, the European Peace Facility has been used several times, and as well as also in Niger and also in Armenia, which is in Moldova, which is a civilian mission, and therefore it could be financed under the CFSP budget. But the European Union decided to reinforce this mission using also the European Peace Facility in order to provide more support to the Moldovan personnel.
Davide, sorry, would you be able to conclude, please?
Yeah, of course. Thank you. And then we have a reinforcement of the EU military planning and conduct capability, which is the military headquarters that the High Representative and the strategic compass aim to make fully operational by 2022, and this would be another great innovation because it will ensure the European Union is able to conduct missions, both civilian and military missions, in a more autonomous way. Thank you for your attention, and both Ricardo and I are open to questions and feedback. Thanks.
Thank you so much. And Ed, you have the floor now for the last presentation on the panel.
Thank you. So I'm going to be looking, the title of my paper is Changing Centuries of Grand Strategy, Great Britain's Response to Russia's Invasion of Ukraine, and the Opportunity for Reintegration into Europe. Throughout modern history, Great Britain has prioritized its maritime security over being a conventional land power in the European continent. As then First Admiral of the Lord of the Admiralty, Winston Churchill commented in 1912, "The whole fortunes of our race and your empire, the whole treasure accumulated during so many centuries of sacrifice and achievement, would perish and be swept utterly away if our naval supremacy were to be impaired. It is the British Navy that makes Great Britain a great power." Well, that comment didn't age that very well. But after withdrawing from the European Union in 2020, Great Britain continued to distance itself further from European affairs. However, in 2022, following Russia's invasion of Ukraine, that strategy changed. Throughout 2022, Great Britain, led by then Prime Minister Boris Johnson, played a vital role in supporting Ukraine through military, diplomatic, and economic means, far surpassing many of the efforts of other European nations, and at the same time setting the stage for Great Britain to return as a leader in Europe under its own rules. This paper will examine the ways Great Britain has used the Ukrainian crisis to re-emerge on the European continent as not only a major regional power, but also a major leader on the continent that it sort of had abandoned. The invasion by Russia presented an opportunity for Great Britain to take the lead in European security framework on its own terms. With Germany and France lacking the military might and political will they once had, and the U.S. being seen as an unreliable leader of the Atlantic Alliance, Great Britain has supported Ukraine and became a leader in the European defense against Russian expansion. This strategy is not new and harkens back to the model of banding together Europe to slow and stop Soviet expansion after World War II that was advocated by Churchill in 1945. Now we're just seeing a different rebirth of it. So the first way that Great Britain's initial strategy entailed forging bilateral security agreements akin to the pre-World War I treaties with Belgium and the Netherlands. Again, this is not a new strategy, but it is the first tool that was used. The Russian invasion of Ukraine prompted a shift in both Sweden and Finland's formerly neutral stance that had characterized their foreign policy during the Cold War, resulting in both nations actively pursuing NATO membership as to be part of the collective defense. However, because of various reasons, Turkey and blocked membership application process, causing lots of delays. Since the collective treaty protections were delayed, Boris Johnson established bilateral security agreements almost instantly with Sweden and Finland as NATO considered their potential entry into the alliance. On May 11th, 2022, Boris Johnson declared that the UK would support Finland against potential Russian threats in any way necessary as he traveled to both countries to sign mutual security agreements. The agreements promised that if either country faced an attack or a disaster, they would, quote, upon request from the affected country, assist each other in a variety of ways, which may include military means, end quote. The deal was intended for Sweden and Finland to maximize their security one way or the other while considering joining the defensive alliance. Promising bilateral protection for both these two nations, which Russia was apparently threatening, illustrated that Great Britain could and would provide security assurances that other European nations were not ready or capable of doing, setting themselves up as a guarantor of protection for smaller European nations. Even before the Russian invasion, Johnson had declared that Great Britain would offer military support to Poland and other Eastern NATO nations in case of an invasion. On May 22nd, 2022, Johnson said, the British Army leads NATO battle group in Estonia, and if Russia invades Ukraine, we would look to contribute to any new NATO deployments to protect our allies in Europe. The BBC reported that a foreign-based diplomat argued that UK's response had been more muscular than many of the NATO allies, and that the rhetoric and warnings that from UK ministers had been stronger than most from any other European nation. By June of 2022, the British military had promised they would train approximately 10,000 Ukrainian soldiers within 120 days. The troops were spending several weeks at a base in southern England, learning skills including marksmanship, first aid, urban warfare, as part of Operation Interflex, which was a successor to a longer-running British program, Operation Orbital, that trained up to 22,000 Ukrainians between 2015 and May of last year. Politico Europe noted that at the same time that the British had trained 5,000 Ukrainian forces, the French had trained 40 soldiers. The reporter commented that only one of Europe's giants is pulling its weight. And it was not only just forces. UK was the first Western European nation to pledge to send main battle tanks to Ukraine and the first to send long-range missiles to assist the Ukrainians. Just as the U.S. was the arsenal of democracy during World War II and still is during the current conflicts, Great Britain also posed themselves as a nation that with the military might and the will to support a nation like Ukraine during these times of crisis, setting up themselves for a model for other nations to look to. Well, one can question the status of the Ukrainian military operations. There's little doubt that the success of the war on Great Britain's status as a leader in Europe. On March 18th, 2022, Ukrainian respondents voted that the UK was the third most supportive country to Ukraine after Poland and Lithuania in a poll carried out by the ratings group. 85% of the Ukrainians favored a military alliance with the UK, and a few days later, the Ukrainian defense minister commented after meeting the UK defense secretary, "We greatly appreciate that this year Britain was the first to provide us with serious weapons that have increased our defense capability. Your role is special. Your courage and your spirit are in stark contrast with the passivity of some of our other countries." Ukrainians' evaluation of other countries' response to the war, the UK, tops the rankings, closely followed by the US and Canada, while Western European states trail by more than 30 percentage points. Nations of Eastern Europe, like Poland, see Great Britain as an ally that does not have the baggage that some of the other nations of the European Union. Great Britain has been active in support of the northern and Baltic areas of NATO for decades, so any expansion as a leader in the region individually is not out of the realm of possibility. When Great Britain left the European community during Brexit, everyone feared an isolationist Britain that would not be active in the continent. And while that was the goal of many politically, the Ukrainian war and Britain's strategic goal of containing Russia resulted in Britain not only assisting Ukraine, but taking a lead when NATO, Germany, and France were not stepping up at the level that many people thought they should. Working together and outside of treaties and agreements, Britain has reemerged as a leader in Europe under its own rules. Of course, just like the specter of a second Trump presidency has allies questioning America's reliability, so does changes in the British government bring about the possibility that this leadership in 2022 was part of what historians might just refer to as the Boris Johnson doctrine and no longer continued. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ed, also for sticking to the time, which means that we still have a little bit less than 10 minutes for questions and hopefully also answers. So is there anyone who would like to kick us off? So you can either unmute yourself or type your question in the chat box. So as perhaps people are formulating the question, I have one actually for Camilla, so I shall abuse my power as chair. So Camilla, I was wondering if you could tell us a bit more about why the Polish government didn't ask for help from Frontex, because you did see the arrival of really large numbers of people from Ukraine. So yeah, if you could elaborate a little bit on that, maybe. Are there other questions that we could perhaps gather in a first round of questions?
Should I start?
I was just wondering if there were any other questions first, so that we can perhaps gather a few. And I've got another one then for Armenak. So you were talking about the possible prosecution of cybercrime, and I was just wondering if you have any thoughts on how things are proceeding when it comes to the possible prosecution, not just of cybercrimes, but of actually other crimes committed during the war. So any thoughts from you on how the process has been going so far, and how you think it's going to be implemented in practice. Sorry, I was just trying. Right, so good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this fourth and final panel of the day. So just to say that we need to finish on time, which is 3:45, so in 1 hour and 15 minutes. So 4:45 British or Irish time, and our chair would be very strict with everyone. So remember, it's 10 minutes, no more. And without any further ado, I'll pass on the floor to our chair for the session, Dr. Kenneth McDonough from Dublin City University. Thank you very much, Ken.
Thanks very much, Sarah. Sorry for joining so late and what looks like a great couple of days of discussions. What I suggest is we'll run through the speakers in the order they appear in the program, and I'll introduce them as each one is due to present. We've got 5 fascinating looking papers ahead of us, and as Sarah said, we'll keep as strictly as we can to 10 minutes to allow a little bit of time for conversation before somebody pulls the plug on our Zoom session at 3:45 as advertised. So without further ado, our first speaker is Yulia Kashdabina. She's a senior fellow at the Foreign Policy Council, Ukrainian Prism, and head of the Ukrainian Foundation for Security Studies. And her paper is titled Lessons from the Russian Aggression Against Ukraine, Implications for the Future European Security. So Yulia, it's all yours.
Yeah. Thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation. I'll try to be quick. A lot is being said about the nature of the Russian war, like the changing war, and I think Ukraine is a great case study of the Russian approach to the warfare, and so I'm going to go through several lessons that we can learn. Those are not all, of course, but given just the 10 minutes, I mean, it's not much time. So many people count the start of the conflict between Russia and Ukraine actually from February 24, 2022. So that's when Russia committed its full-scale aggression against Ukraine. But this is not the case. And just in accordance with the Russian military doctrine, they started applying pressure to Ukraine, influence operations, and other hybrid tactics, attempts to destabilize many years before the actual invasion. And people disagree on the starting point, but I would actually start with the 2004 elections and actually days preceding the election campaign of the key opponent of the then President Kuchma, who was more pro-Russian than not pro-Russian, he was kind of like both sides. So, but 2004 elections, when President Yushchenko was starting to run his election campaign, and when he came to Donetsk in the eastern part of Ukraine, and so the local authorities who were prompted by the Russian political consultants, they put up these boards calling him a Nazi, although he was not even close to being a Nazi. And so I would say that this is when actually the active Russian interference into Ukrainian politics began, which subsequently led to the current situation. And after that, there were attempts to start pro-Russian movements. For example, in Crimea, there was this Eurasian Youth Union and Proryv, which were both kind of advocating for this Eurasian identity, and also that Crimea was not a part of Ukraine, but it actually those are actually failed to gain support in Crimea. And there are multiple influence activities in Crimea and attempts to do influence activities in the Donbass, but those did not actually gain a lot of traction before and did not become popular movements. So, but if you describe very quickly what Russia was doing, I would say that it was trying to exploit vulnerabilities, and those can be divided into several kind of categories. So individual vulnerabilities, that's especially true for information operations. And what I mean by individual vulnerabilities is basically the way people I forgot what it's called in English, but how you react, like your initial reaction to their information. I forgot, sorry. So like collective vulnerabilities, meaning like societal, maybe like some collective trauma or some societal issues that have not been settled. So in Ukraine, they were trying to exploit the language issue and some other, like for example, the issue of the famine, Holodomor, something that we were rediscovering after 2004, and trying to pin two sides of the same issue against each other. In Europe, of course, it's the refugee issue and many other issues. So institutional vulnerabilities, those are specifically very pertinent in Ukraine because we are pretty weak institutionally, and so they were trying to penetrate the government. They tried to use corruption to buy members of the parliament and to promote their agenda inside of the Ukrainian society. They were trying to penetrate the security structures, which by nature we are not that far away from the Soviet Union, only 30 years. And so many people in the security structure still have ties and connections. And so they were trying to exploit those and penetrate our security structures. And also they were exploiting the vulnerabilities created in the media space by the latest technological development, meaning like social media. And now they have a totally different kind of media than those that countries had previously. I mean, I can go into detail on this, but it's going to take a long time. And so that's one thing. So that started a long time ago, and they were trying to exploit all these types of vulnerabilities to weaken Ukraine as much as possible. And there was also economic pressure to get Ukraine to join not the European Union, but the Eurasian Youth Union that Russia was building at that time. And they were trying to force us to go that way, not the way towards NATO and European Union. And when all of these things failed and kind of the situation culminated at Maidan, and Ukrainian people actually went out and started protesting, and Yanukovych fled, and there was a power vacuum. They attacked specifically at that time. So if you look at Russia's medal for liberation of Crimea, right? The date is February 20, and that's exactly the date when peaceful protesters were being shot at Maidan. And so they basically count their attack on Ukraine from that date. And at that time, Ukraine was basically unable to resist, not only because it was weakened by prior Russian attempts, but also because there was no central government. So having one more point, that's something that we've learned, is having a friendship treaty and security assurances from the Russian Federation means nothing. So Russia recognized Ukraine's independence and territorial integrity on several occasions. There were several treaties signed, but nevertheless, they occupied and attempted to annex Crimea when they decided that the time was right. So we very often hear about Russia being provoked into attacking Ukraine, but although there is, if you try to look at evidence, you find that actually there was no real provocation. So they say that NATO posed a threat to Russia, but if you look at what NATO was doing, yes, it was admitting new members into the alliance, but NATO infrastructure was not moving any closer to the Russian borders. NATO was still open to cooperation with Russia, and it was not. And even if you look at what happened afterward when the war started, and you see the shortage of ammunition that Western countries face, you see that they were not preparing for war. They did not really pose any threat to Russia. So although Russia comes up with all these explanations and accusations, the attack came when Ukraine was weak, and when Russia saw fit to attack, when they did not really expect a strong response, especially given the previous history of the Western response to, for example, Russian aggression in Georgia, right? So when Russia goes to war, it uses all tools towards a single goal, and especially it uses the tools that are not supposed to be used, right? So we mean the church, the NGOs, media, cultural figures, cultural products. They all are used as an instrument to promote Russian influence, Russian narrative, and very often the untrue interpretation of events. And And this makes it very difficult to respond, because once you try to push back, for example, like the recent moves that Ukraine was making against the Russian church, which is nothing close to actually being a church. It's an instrument of Russian influence abroad. They launched another wave of propaganda, another wave of accusations against Ukraine, trying to make us look bad in the West, where religious freedom is one of the important values. So when Russia fight, basically nothing is off limits. If other countries are bound by the international law, Russia is not even close to being bound of it. I mean, the human rights violations, the use of rape, the use of hunger, and even hunger in those countries that have nothing to do with the current conflict, they're willing to use old tools. And I know that so Ukrainians are very often accused of demonizing Russia. Oops, sorry. Okay, Russian policy in the occupied territory, where they suppress everything Ukrainian, and the key thing is they draft former Ukrainian citizens into the Russian army. So that's, I think, is another thing to consider, that if Ukraine is overcome by Russia, then this is most likely going to be used against European countries. Negotiations are a part of general strategy, not a way to resolve the crisis. And again, it's going to require a long of explanation. I can, if there is a question about it. And countries that help Ukraine are also under attack. So although the attacks are not physical, they are hybrid, but Russia also attacks those countries. So it's not, although it's tempting to have this idea that this is a Ukraine crisis and that it's limited to Ukraine, but it's not limited to Ukraine, as has been said by some speakers previously. It has global reach and global implications. And so short conclusions. So if very often we hear from NATO officials that NATO is not at war with Russia, but don't think NATO is, don't think you're not at war with them. They are at war with you, just like they were at war with us before the start of the actual physical aggression. So don't be afraid of restrictive measures, especially in the information space. In the new technological realities, the media freedom and the freedom of speech, the way Russia uses it, is not the way that it was meant to be used. It was meant to be used to speak truth to power, but what Russia is doing, it uses it to tell lies to people. Right, and media is not used to convey a viewpoint, but actually to amplify it, and this way to exploit all these vulnerabilities in the society and in our minds, to actually not to help the discussion, the democratic discussion, but to prevent it from happening. And so, although Ukraine is criticized for taking restrictive measures, those are necessary, because it's enough for just Putin to say and to express his point of view. It does not need to be amplified the way all these things do. Also, when you study Russia, the West tends to base it on the assumption that Russia is just like every other country, but it's not. And this war has shown it that it doesn't think, you know, there's like no linear escalation. The number of victims doesn't stop them. When they negotiate, they actually don't want to achieve a settlement. They want to either stall or get the other side to capitulate. So it's not really a way to find. So Russia needs to be studied as in a kind of like a country studies approach, rather than trying to apply some generic assumptions to it. Okay, and I'm just gonna stop here. It's already too much, but sorry.
No problem. Look, it's a fascinating topic, and I think you raise really important points, particularly about the hybrid element of threat, and that idea that Russia is already at war with you. So don't worry too much about further escalation, because they're already probing around the edges. There is a comment in the chat from you and Grant, but I suggest we'll come back to that at the end, and we'll take all of the questions together. So our next speaker is William Lippert, who's a PhD researcher at Leiden University and also proudly from Offaly. He's going to give us a presentation on the role of the European Union in conventional arms control in Europe. So take it away, William. Sorry, William, you're still on mute. We can't hear you.
Is this good
Got
now?
you now. Yep, perfect.
Yeah, actually, I'm not from Offaly. It's my family that's from Bar. I've lived a little bit all over, and right now I'm in the Netherlands. doing a PhD at Leiden University. So I'm going to talk about the role of European Union and future conventional arms control in Europe. If I can, okay, you see my slides, okay?
Yes,
Okay.
they're clear.
So let me just start with the big question. Is the European ready and the European Commission ready for the war to end? And in this sense, essentially, if the EU, NATO, Ukraine, or Russia want to end the war right away, the question becomes, what are the terms of ending the war? Say that Russia makes demands or makes offers, what would they be? So specifically for conventional arms control, the question is, what limits would the European Union want to impose on Russia in terms of its military? What limits would the EU want to accept on its members' militaries? What does the EU want to implement the agreement in terms of what kind of organization or agency? And what monitoring and verification measures should be undertaken? And a lot of these are really the big questions you ask for conventional arms control, whether it's in peace or conflict. Now, looking at the quick history of conventional arms control in Europe, there are about 19 sets of adversarial conventional arms control agreements in Europe since the end of World War I. And by adversarial, that means agreements that are between states who don't necessarily get along, which is different than from an anti-personnel landmine treaty, which is a universal humanitarian or counter-proliferation treaty. And some of these treaties are still in effect. Some of them have been in effect for over 100 years. Another important thing to bear in mind is conventional arms control agreements often follow a conflict, especially in Europe. A simple example, one is the 2015 Minsk agreements, which attempted to bring a temporary end to the conflict, and obviously that didn't work. But to date, the EU has had a minimal role in conventional arms control agreements, partly because for most of the time it simply didn't exist. But then in its period of existing, it didn't have any role. So some of the ones that were negotiated during its existence are the Adapted Conventional Armed Forces in Europe Agreement, the ACFE in 1999, the Kosovo-Yugoslavia Agreement in 99, the Balkan CFE Treaty in 96, and also the relevant to Ireland, the Belfast Agreement in 99, which is not, as an aside, is not perceived normally as a conventional arms control agreements, but actually has that effect. But anyway, but the one agreement that the EU did have a role in was the 2008 Georgia 6-point peace plan, and that was negotiated under the auspices of the EU presidency, and the implementation was through the EU monitoring mission. But overall, my assessment is the EU generally lacks institutional capacity for a major role in conventional arms control negotiations and implementation in Europe. So first of all, what is the need for conventional arms control in Europe? Well, essentially, a conventional arms control agreement in Europe, a very broad one, could stabilize the military balance between the European Union, NATO, collectively, and Russia. Now, a lot of people can discuss the causes of the war in Ukraine and why Russia invaded. And I would maintain that one of the major reasons is the collapse and deterioration of conventional arms control agreements and proposals as one of the major causes of the invasion, which tells us that to prevent another conflict in the future and to end the current one, we need to think about conventional arms control in the future. So in general, a conventional arms control agreement can apply locally. So for example, a narrow ceasefire along the line of contact, or more broadly across Europe. And the CFE treaty applied from the North Atlantic to the Urals. And there are several different types of agreements. So there could be a narrow ceasefire one, which is generally easy to construct and not impossible to implement, but it can leave room for diplomatic solutions, but it doesn't address often the fundamental issue of the military balance. And again, we can have another CFE-like agreement, which goes from the Atlantic to the Urals. And this would offer Russia a sense of security and stabilize the military balance and limit arms racing. But they're very difficult to agree to. And then there's what I might call an other agreement, such as a Baltic Sea demilitarization, some version of the Montreux Convention, which limits what can enter the Baltic Sea or what can be in the Baltic Sea. And there's all sorts of different versions of that you have from the North Atlantic to the Black Sea and Mediterranean, or the North Atlantic to the Urals. Those are pretty successful historically, but the disadvantage is it doesn't address the overall military balance issue. So why the European Union and conventional arms control? Well, as a general rule, the EU seeks to expand its authority and mandate. So just by having the opportunity to have a role, it would more likely seize it. And it is within the EU's mandate to do work in foreign and security policy where it adds a collaborative and coordinative value when member states alone cannot fulfill the function. Because any conventional arms control agreement would likely involve NATO members and potentially non-NATO EU members, the EU could play an important role of representing its member countries' interests. And Russia might insist and prefer to have the EU as a party, either collectively as an organization or it's all of its member states, because in my view, very clearly the EU is, first of all, they're not I'll call it a neutral broker in the conflict. They're very clearly partial to Ukraine. And also because the EU itself is a unproven but theoretically existing collective defense union. And that's clear in the mutual defense clause and the solidarity clause. Again, it just hasn't really been tested. And lastly, the EU, say compared to NATO, has a very broad political mandate and broad political legitimacy, including, for example, the European Parliament. And that, again, could give it an important role in any agreement and in negotiations. Another reason why the EU could be involved in arms control negotiations is it could boost the Commission's standing among its citizens. People tend to like arms control agreements because it brings peace in principle. And states concerned about US dominance of NATO can obtain more collective bargaining through the EU. And there could be both non-EU members and could be any country essentially within the EU, because I think everyone agrees that the US tends to dominate NATO, which means it doesn't necessarily have EU members' interests at stake. So what kind of proposals, again, could we have, and how does the EU get involved? Well, first of all, we get national limits, which would set the limits on the number of tanks and planes and artillery in various countries. And this could impact, for example, the EU's PESCO programs. So right now they have programs on helicopters and tanks and such. So what the EU wants to negotiate and could be tied to what they might or might not have for the PESCO programs. Another thing, which again isn't often thought about, is that often treaty-limited equipment that needs to be destroyed, it's a lot of work. It's sort of it's a miniature industry, and so the EU could help coordinate that. So one country could be in charge of disassembly, another in charge of destruction, etc. Next is that the CAC approaches can involve geographic demilitarization, which is some kind of limited restriction geographically, and this could be mitigated through EU defense programs. So let's just say we have demilitarization along the NATO-Russian border. The EU might want to spend money to increase mobilization and mobility capabilities to offset decreased defense in the East. And lastly, again, there's other CAC agreements which the EU could be involved in various ways. So the EU can have an important implementation role, inspection and verification, monitoring, enforcement through sanctions, use of military force, etc. Or it could support a third-party implementation body, such as the OSCE or the creation of a new one. But the EU, in order to do all these things, needs to grow in a lot of ways. It's organizationally incapable. For example, to know whether or not a conventional arms control proposal is good or bad, states or militaries often need to model conflict outcomes. The question being, if the EU, NATO has only 5,000 tanks and Russia goes down to 5,000, what does that mean for defense? What if Russia has 10,000 and NATO only has 2,000? Again, what does that mean? To verify agreements, there often needs to be intelligence collection. So the EU might need to have a better intelligence collection capability, not relying only on NATO or individual member countries. Conventional arms control agreements are both very technical and very abstract and conceptually. So they do require experts with experience. And does the EU have that? And the bigger question is, would the EU need a new arms control agency? So to conclude, adversarial arms control is a mutually beneficial endeavor based on often selfish interests. So we're not talking necessarily about Russia doing anybody a favor or the EU doing Russia a favor. It's about trying to find a way to end arms racing and increase stability for everybody's benefit. CAC agreements are very detailed with specific TLE decisions, geographic definitions, inspection processes, etc. The agreements, you don't ad hoc what you do afterwards. You have to get it all in the treaty document, which means you need to know what you're doing and what you want. The EU has a role to represent the European Union, of course, including its non-NATO members, and represent interests that go beyond narrow military operations and equipment. So again, this is why the EU would be involved. It can increase its legitimacy and authority. And bear in mind that a criticism of EU involvement is that there might be disputes with NATO and individual states, et cetera. But that's natural. Even when there's one country negotiating with another country in arms control agreement, individual agencies of each country have disagreements. But of course, the EU has the option of passing on the issue, just saying, no, we're not going to touch this. It's a NATO matter or a state matter. But again, it's something that the EU is best off to think about in advance. And to conclude, wars can end unexpectedly. It can be unexpected how they end, when they end. And a good example is that Germany capitulated in November 1918, which was over 6 months before the Allies expected them to sue for an armistice. And when Germany said, we're willing to surrender, what do you want from us? The Allies were a little bit unprepared about what to do. So my notion is, let's think about what the EU should want organizationally and in terms of agreements with Russia. Thank you.
Thanks very much, William. And yeah, it's a very important question in terms of what happens the day after. It's something we should be planning for and anticipating in advance. So we'll take questions, as we said, at the end. Our next speaker is Dr. Alexander Shulga, the Director of the Institute for Conflict Studies and the Analysis of Russia. And his paper is titled Russian Public Attitudes Towards War, Why the Problem of the Russian Federation is Not Limited to Putin's Regime. So, Alex,
thank you.
Take it away.
Thank you. So yeah, my presentation, actually I wanted to use slides and graphs, to show some data, to show some trends, but due to time limits, it would be like, flashing of strobe light on the dance floor. So I encourage you to visit our website where all our data, all our presentations are downloaded. You can check them. So icar-thinktank.org. I will send it to the chat, this link. So the purpose of my analysis is to study Russian society's actual attitudes regarding the war against Ukraine and the dynamics in order to answer the central question: does the threat to Ukraine and the world originate solely from the Putin's regime, or does it extend beyond it? Because from the one hand, Russian propaganda depicts that Russian society and Russian regime are some kind of unbreakable monolith. From the other hand, Russian opposition tries to portray Russian society as completely detached from the war. It's Putin's war. We have nothing to deal with that. So of course we can't accept either of their approach as they are politically biased. So I will use our sociological monitoring called the Mirror of Russia. Now we have conducted 7 waves of monitoring from December 2022 till September 2023. We use the very same methodology as Russian sociologists use for studying their own society. So it is obvious due to our data, not only due to our data, using our data, that Russian society is not ready for a total war, or some kind of new great patriotic war, as they call World War II, that period from 1941 to 1945, for which propaganda is preparing Russian society. The Russians don't want to become a nation under arms, demonstrating a clear rejection of the involvement of the entire society into the war. However, this should not be taken as reassurance. The deeply rooted features and attitudes of Russian society make possible the continuation of this war and the high probability of new wars, not only against Ukraine, but also against other countries, including countries that are members of NATO. So I will address only a few phenomena that are crucial, and I will be brief, I hope. The first of these features is so-called split consciousness of the Russian society as a condition of acceptance of all government action. So this term describes a simultaneous acceptance by a significant portion of Russian society of multiple contradictory beliefs, facts, and explanations. This is particularly evident in how Russian citizens perceive the war against Ukraine, its causes, and its future prospects. This is where official propaganda finds itself in direct conflict with the everyday experience of Russian citizens on this matter. So our monitoring, the Mirror of Russia, provided us with striking examples of this state of split consciousness in respondents' answers. Each wave of the All-Russian Sociological Survey added more instances of this phenomenon as additional questions were introduced and the focus of analysis shifted. So in every nationwide survey, we asked the same question about the direction in which things are heading in the Russian Federation, and up to 65 to 69% of respondents indicated that they believe things are moving unambiguously or rather in the right direction. Even the latest data shows that 63% express the same attitude. Also the 3/4 of Russians claim to know the goals of so-called special military operations. So what are we doing there? However, when we presented various options for those 3/4, so what the goals, for what purposes all of that were started, none of the options garnered more than 39%. Actually, only one option garnered 39% of the respondents' support. It was so-called denazification of Ukraine. I'm sure if you will proceed with more questions, so what do you think denazification is? We would be surprised with the answer. But still, more oftenly, respondents picked different options, and it was like 8–9% of different versions of why Russia attacked Ukraine. So such contradictions between propaganda and personal experiences, coupled with the inability of official interpretation to explain various events and processes related to the war, are indeed numerous. So at this stage, these contradictions do not completely supplant one another. The contradiction between the propagandist narrative and the official policy reality is not an insurmountable problem. Instead, the two contradictory facts are accepted as given, resulting in a permanent dissonance that permits public consciousness. Actually, this phenomenon is a fundamental issue from which all other topics discussed below stem. For example, by the anniversary of the full-scale war in February 2023, over half of Russians deemed the start of the special military operation as the right decision. At the same time, on average, 70% of respondents in each survey said that they would be glad if a special military operation were to end as soon as tomorrow. So we had the very same data on December 22, and according to the latest data, this number increased to 76%. So this sensational survey of Levada Center, which showed us quite similar data, and everyone was so surprised. We had it like 1 year ago. Like this attitude is quite stable. So the ability of the majority of citizens to accept official interpretation without opposing them with their own personal experiences is the common thread throughout Russian society's social political processes, shaping its present and future. Split public consciousness forms the foundation for implementing nearly any decision and processes initiated by the Russian regime. So under such circumstances, logical justification is almost unnecessary. The second feature of Russian society that shapes its attitudes towards the war against Ukraine and potential new wars of aggression is shifting responsibility, including responsibility for volunteer restoration of Ukraine. It can be stated that there is a consensus between Russian elite, including the majority of anti-Putin elites of so-called good Russians, and Russian citizens that the country shouldn't pay any reparations for restoration of Ukraine. This is a stable attitude towards the post-war future. The arguments for this could differ. One of the most common arguments is unwillingness to show weakness and the country's prestige. So almost 3/4, namely 71% of Russian citizens, according to our survey, believe if their country is found guilty and reparations are awarded to rebuild Ukraine, the authorities shouldn't comply with their decisions, as doing so would demonstrate Russia's weakness. Only 14% of Russians believe that their country should participate financially in restoring Ukraine's destroyed infrastructure under any circumstances. At the same time, 54% believe that the Russian Federation should finance the restoration of Ukraine only in its occupied territory. Another 19% agree with this only in case of the full occupation of the entire Ukrainian territory. The second most common argument for denying any volunteer reparations is unwillingness to recognize that their country committed numerous war crimes, including ecocide. For example, according to our survey, the majority of Russians, namely 65%, believe that Ukraine itself blew up the Kakhovka Dam. Only 5% believe that Russia actually did it, and another 5% thinks the dam collapsed on its own. So there is no crime, there is no punishment. The third argument used by Russians for denying any responsibility for the war and consequently for any reparations is closely connected with the presence in Russian public consciousness of a conspiracy mentality intertwined with anti-Americanism. This phenomenon influences the perception of Russian citizens regarding the war against Ukraine and poses a long-term danger for future peace. So first example and first data which prove that is that 43% of Russians believe that the Russian army in Ukraine is directly engaged in a war against NATO forces, not like Ukrainian forces backed by Western countries with equipment, with money, etc., etc. No, it is direct conflict between Russian troops and NATO troops. 43% believe in it. This narrative is promoted by official Russian propaganda. It also provides an explanation for Russians seeking reasons for the unexpectedly protracted Russian-Ukrainian conflict. From their perspective, it is one thing to be unable to defeat Ukraine alone, especially since the Russian version denies Ukrainian status as a legitimate state. However, it is another matter to engage in a conflict with the entire NATO, even if it is on Ukrainian soil. And another very important data and important number. Nearly 3/4 of respondents, namely 73%, agree with the view that the war was a trap set by the US for Russia, precisely what official Washington desired. Consequently, the Russian Federation did not start the war, but was ensnared in a trap devised by aggressive NATO and America. So this becomes another justification for Russian citizens, absolving them of guilt for unleashing and waging a war of aggression, as well as paying any reparations, so denying any responsibility. So brief conclusions. The series of phenomena and states of Russian public consciousness, as documented by our sociological surveys in the Russian Federation, give us multiple insights. So first, split consciousness, which permits contradictory facts to be simultaneously accepted without strong resistance from Russian society, stands as one of the pillars of support for this war. It is not a recent phenomenon that emerged solely with Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine in February 2022, but still it is one of the intrinsic features of Russian society. The significant prevalence of criminal mentality among Russian society constitutes the second pillar of support for this war. De facto, the split consciousness is partly a consequence of the predominance of a criminal mentality, where the primary criterion is one's attitude towards the law, which is considered a secondary concern. Formal moral principles coexist with the cult of violence, while official victory propaganda contradicts everyday experience. So consequently, our sociological research reveals the following logic among Russian respondents. Even if our government commits war crimes and violates international law, it is our government and we will support it. In this case, law and morality take a backseat as the country's prestige and national pride are at stake. Instead of upholding the supremacy of law, including international law, Russian society favors its own truth, or rather post-truth. So last but not least, the majority of Russian citizens do not feel responsibility for the situation in their country and are unwilling to share that responsibility with the current regime. So when it comes to Russia's war against Ukraine, they also refuse to acknowledge the act of aggression perpetrated by their country. This refusal manifests in various ways, such as denying the aggression, shifting responsibility, or perceiving it as some force majeure beyond their control, akin to an unforeseen COVID-like situation or a trap for Russia set by the United States. Either way, alongside the lack of responsibility for the war against Ukraine, Russian society exhibits hardly any empathy, reasoning that without a tangible fact or target of attack, there is no basis for sympathy. Thank you. I really try to be brief.
Thank you. It's such rich data. I can understand the need to convey it, and it's fascinating insight into, I suppose, the complexity, to maybe call back to William's presentation of what a post-conflict settlement might be, and what might be feasible in the event when the war comes to an end. So our next speaker is Upamanyu Basu. He is currently pursuing his PhD at the National University of Juridical Sciences in India, and is an assistant professor of political science at the Manovaratna International Institute of Research and Studies. And the title of his article is "The Navigating Sino-European Relations, the Ukraine Effect."
Yeah, thank you so much. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, we can hear you perfectly.
Okay, great. First of all, thank you to the organizers for giving me this opportunity. And with the permission of the Honorable Chair, I would like to start and would definitely be brief. I have a stopwatch right here, so I'll try to be as short as possible. So I kind of like to call myself an observer of China, because my specialization has been Chinese studies since inception. But here I got an opportunity of looking at Europe through the Chinese lens. So here the paper, I'm just trying to point out very brief understanding of what this paper is all about. So largely, if you have to create a context of this paper, it will definitely be, as for the past 2 days we have been talking about, is that the aggressive actions towards Ukraine from Russia, it can be considered as a significant threat with respect to peace and security in Europe. And in this paper particularly, what I was interested in looking at was to look at where does China fit in this entire fiasco. So Sino-EU relations traditionally has been influenced by two key markers. Here, the first one will be external trade as a crucial tool for economic statecraft, and largely security policies contextualizing the US-China rivalry. Here, if we need to create a definition of how does European Union look at China, there was a strategy paper that came out back in 2019, where it was interesting because first time from a very straightforward way of looking at China as just a systemic rival, there were four key parameters to define what China was. First was as a cooperative partner. Second was as an economic competitor. Third was negotiating partner. And the fourth one, which was systemic rival. So this becomes the pretext of this paper that uh, if you need to understand the relation, the dynamics between EU and China, these four words becomes the key to understanding that. Now comes the second part of it is that what happens after the Ukraine effect? So here, the EU-China relations becomes much more problematic in the last 4 years because of Beijing's inclination towards supporting Russia's war. And this becomes one of the fundamental tenets of why the relationship has been deteriorating. And in the paper, I will be trying to encapsulate what are the consequences and whether it will be a costly inclination for both the parties. In this light, the comment from European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen is that there cannot be business as usual, which then becomes a further contextualization of why reading EU-China relations or China-Russia relations, for example, becomes important in today's day and age. So what are the consequences then? There are three fundamental consequences to this war with respect to EU-China. First is there is an incredible dependence of Europe with respect to Russia's oil and gas, plus a very famous, a very viral term in nowadays, which is rare earth. Second is EU has remarkably united in confronting Beijing with respect to two fundamental points, which is human rights and economic coercion. And the third is whenever we need to understand or conceptualize European security, access to high technology becomes a prerequisite. And here, the rivalry vis-a-vis US, China, and EU comes in. So the fundamental question here is who is more vulnerable then? So Beijing was just trying to encapsulate its relationship with Europe, and here European states are considered to be as large investors and job creators in China. Here, these works are fundamental because in the literature review, if you go to Mercator Institute of Chinese Studies, or even there are some very interesting blogs being produced by London School of Economics, where fundamentally they are saying that for China, the war of Ukraine kind of turned Russia from a great power peer to a Chinese clientele. And here comes the understanding that what we as global South countries or observers of China need to be very apprehensive about. With respect to Washington's understanding, there is this Chips and Science Act, which is kind of creating a situation where companies are being forced to decouple from China. Whether it will be costly or not is something that we'll discuss later. But this is kind of fundamentally changing and will be one of the key indicators of reading China-EU relations, because this particular act kind of forces China to look at European markets. Now, EU is remaining one of the few remaining markets where China can obtain access to very sophisticated technologies. In the absence of any alternative options, Beijing may prefer constructive relation with European capital and therefore resist using economic coercion. But these are just assumptions. Now, coming to the fundamental argument of this paper is that any form of what I like to call strategic decoupling between Europe and China is neither possible nor advisable at this point of time, despite fundamental disagreements in both the quarters. China is still dependent on European market with respect to access of advanced technologies, considering the US-China trade war, and Europe remains reliant on cheap Chinese imports, considering soaring energy prices, inflation, and largely interdependent economies. Here, with respect to making this assertion much more concretized, 4 points of contention comes up with respect to the evolution of EU-China cooperation. First is human rights. Now, recently, these are some of the pointers that I was just thinking loudly and I got the opportunity of just pointing it out. This is not part of the paper per se, but makes it much more clearer, is that the first idea of human rights is the assertion that Beijing is a producer of forced labor goods and EU has placed considerable sanctions on diplomats and officials who are alleged of human rights abuses. Now, the retaliation of this was that there was a recurring of sanctions on EU ambassadors, prominent members of the European Parliament, who had criticized human rights violations. The resultant was much more severe, which was it put a hold on the Comprehensive Agreement on Investment 2020, which kind of creates a bedrock of cooperation between EU and China. Second is allegations of economic coercion. And recently, like few days back, you saw Italy coming out of BRI. Earlier, it started with the case of Lithuania. The example was very clear that the government wanted to create a trade office and did not use the word Taipei, but used the word Taiwan. And there was repercussions beyond that. So this kind of an understanding where it goes beyond economics, but just understanding Chinese national identity and whether the international community is able to agree to that or not, kind of creates another repercussion. Then you have European Union's own recognition. Yes, I'll be wrapping it. European Union's own recognition of Taiwan's post-COVID analysis, where Taiwan has been lauded by the European community for creating a very good atmosphere for high-end technology, for kind of curbing restrictions because of